Good morning and happy Juneteenth, Bobcats, alumni, community members, and anyone else who has joined us on this very important day. I'm Dr. Sherry Ben, Assistant Vice President and Director of Student Diversity and Inclusion, and I have the pleasure of serving as your Mistress of Ceremony throughout today. Now, before we get started with the program, I have to give two shout outs. One to SCOTUS, the Supreme Court on that DACA decision. That's definitely something I'm celebrating with our DACA sisters, brothers, siblings, and family members. That has to come as a huge relief to many of our outstanding Texas State students and members of SCOPE. Shout out to SCOPE. The other big shout out that I want to give is to Student Diversity and Inclusion and the Division of Information Technology. Those two teams, I want to appreciate them for all of their hard work in coordinating all of the complex details that went into the development of today's program. Without those two groups, the idea for this event would never have manifested into a reality. Of course, our speakers, panelists, moderators, performers, and artists must be thanked for their participation because they provide the content and interactive element, along with me, of today's program. So a couple of housekeeping items. This is going to be a bit less formal than what you're probably used to with regard to programs, and that's because it's virtual, and most of us are either in our homes, at our desks, so it'll be a little bit less formal than what you're used to. Additionally, something else that you need to know is that there will be pauses between sessions. When that happens, we will move to a PowerPoint screen slide with music. So when you hear music or you see a PowerPoint slide, that's happening because we're in transition. All right. Okay, so now we're going to get started. On behalf of the many sponsors of this event, which will be highlighted at the conclusion of today's program, we welcome you to a Texas State First, a day of reflection and solidarity, which honors Juneteenth. So many of you may have asked yourself or may still be asking, why should I take part in a day of reflection and solidarity on Juneteenth? I would ask you to consider a different question. Why would you not take part in a day that calls upon us as a community to critically think about, discuss, and challenge ourselves to consider our collective obligation to act in solidarity one with another in the 400+ year struggle for racial justice and equality in a country that espouses a creed of liberty and justice for all? These issues are a continuing challenge, right? So here's the deal. There's good news and there's bad news. The good news is the cavalry's coming. The bad news is we are the cavalry. So I must say, in this gripping reality, that thinking about all that's come to light most recently, right, in the news, through social media, Twitter, Instagram, regarding the historically prevailing issues of racial injustice that many of us have been living with all of our lives, as were our parents and grandparents and ancestors, we have been touched and moved by this new generation carrying on the torch of justice with purpose and relentless determination that I would venture to say we probably have not seen in a communal fashion since the Civil Rights Movement. And the beauty of this generation is that they are leading an intersectional, trans-identity, intergenerational coalition of change agents. Thank you, Gen Z and millennials. All right, so to provide the opening address for our Juneteenth Day of reflection and solidarity is our university president, who's been at the helm of Texas State since 2002. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Denise Trouth.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, and welcome all of you. It is my great honor to welcome you to a day of reflection and solidarity. And I am particularly grateful, I want to say at the outset, to Dr. Ben, who is the Assistant Vice President and Director of the Student Diversity and Inclusion, organized this powerful event. I'm also grateful, as Dr. Ben said, to the Division of IT who made this event happen, and also to the presenters who are going to participate today with their voices, their stories, and their knowledge. As I thought about how to begin my remarks this morning, I was looking over some materials I had that go back 5 decades to when I was a college student. And I found something that I wrote then that I'd like to share with you today. And just so you understand, I was a sophomore, and this is my sophomore metaphor. In the piece I'm going to share with you, I compared racism to a disease. And I quote from myself, "Americans are alarmed, and Black Americans suffering from a life of civil rights struggles in a summer of smoke have seen their pain laid bare by the report of the Commission on Civil Disorders. White racism, stark and fatal, has been diagnosed. Now, a national examination of conscience and some planned programs of treatment will be tried to assuage the pain and cure the ailment. But as sufferers of the crippling effects of apathy, prejudice, or indifference, we find it necessary to question the state of our national response to the racial crisis. We find excuses insipid, promises ineffectual, and remedies evasive. We discover ultimately that there's an anemia in the principles to which we are committed. And most frightening of all, we realize there are no tonics or easy answers. People are screaming for relief. Frustration and exhaustion have used up their patience and pressed them to revolt." And that ends the passage that I wrote in 1967. What I found amazing about these words as I reviewed them recently is that they could have been written yesterday. And they beg us to answer the question, what have we accomplished during the intervening 5 decades? The report referenced in my college writing was the work of the Kerner Commission, appointed by our Texas State alumnus and the 36th President of the United States, Lyndon Johnson. He appointed this commission to identify the cause of the violent riots in 1967. Those riots killed 43 people in Detroit, 26 people in Newark, and led to casualties in 23 other American cities. The Kerner Commission reported that poverty and institutional racism were driving violence. Pent-up frustrations boiled over in many Black neighborhoods during the mid to late 1960s, setting off riots that raged. The report pointed to a flawed justice system, policing practices, unscrupulous consumer credit practices, poor or inadequate housing, high unemployment, voter suppression, and other culturally embedded forms of racial discrimination that all converged to propel violent upheaval on the streets of Black neighborhoods in American cities. The Kerner Commission declared that white racism, not Black anger, was at the root of America's urban turmoil, and included these words in the final report, and I quote, "White society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it. White institutions maintain it, and white society condones it." The commission warned that the country was so divided that the United States was poised to fracture into two radically unequal societies, one Black, one white. These prophetic words in the Kerner report are as chilling now as they were 50 years ago when I first read them. And all the more so because we, white people, did not heed this warning. And Black people and Black communities have paid a deadly price. Although I've never experienced it myself, I bear witness to the fractured, unequal, and unjust society that to this day oppresses people of color. I feel responsibility for it, and I'm deeply angered by it, but that's not enough. Once again, as we have far too many times in this nation, we find ourselves at the crossroads of words and actions regarding equality and justice for Black people. At Texas State, we will choose action. We have talented and passionate diversity, equity, and inclusion leaders across the university who've been instrumental in building a strong foundation in diversity, equity, and inclusion excellence at Texas State. With their guidance, we've taken a number of steps to support diversity and build inclusion throughout our university community. We elevated the position of Chief Diversity Officer to the President's Cabinet to provide insights and direction on policy and decisions. We introduced minors in African American Studies and Latina and Latino Studies. We implemented the Capacity Building Action Plan, which outlined nearly 100 steps we've taken to strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion. We launched the Bias Response Protocol to give all Bobcats a voice in documenting incidents of discrimination, bias, and prejudice. We established the Council for Inclusive Excellence, started a new Diversity and Inclusion Certificate program for faculty and staff, commissioned the permanent LGBTQIA Advisory and Resource Network, opened the Texas Monarch Center for immigrant students, and have focused specifically on developing programs that promote the recruitment and promotion of faculty and staff of color. And most recently, with the priority to advance and elevate diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts across the whole of Texas State University, we completed a comprehensive review of the university's DE&I organizational structure to guide how we move forward to strengthen the framework of support for our faculty, staff, and students, and amplify the powerful work being done by our DE&I professionals on our campuses. And next week, I'll share more with the university community about changes that we are making to create synergy to do even more and achieve profound institutional level change. But there is so much more to do, and there is an urgency in this mission. And in the spirit of solidarity, we will work together. Our students, faculty, and staff of color will not carry the burden of calling for equality and justice alone. Racism was instigated and propagated by white culture and institutions, and it is not the responsibility of people of color to fix it. We commit to being more than non-racist at Texas State. We will be anti-racist. We will have community conversations that invite uncomfortable and courageous dialogues. We will continue to create and revise policies and procedures that support our culture of inclusion. And although reflection is necessary for the healing process, it is not meant to be easy. Examining our own prejudice, bias, and privilege is key to awakening, to raising consciousness, to doing things differently. I know that I have blind spots. This university has blind spots. In the past, I approached inclusiveness as inviting people of color to take part in a white dominant culture. But I've learned that I was wrong. I've learned that inclusion is much more intentional and nuanced. True inclusion and equity require us to build and nurture a culture of meaningful equality in which our students, faculty, and staff of color have the same unfettered access to success, to justice, to safety, and to opportunity. And one of the most important actions I can take is to listen to you, our community. I appreciate the fact that the faculty of color engaged in a listening session with me and the provost last week to share your feelings and concerns. I heard that our faculty, staff, and students of color are exhausted, stressed, anxious. They are in pain. Many shared that they lived dual lives. They work or go to school and then come home back into their communities and live a life burdened by injustice and unfairness. Many live in fear. Many feel powerless. And some do not feel welcomed at Texas State. I hear their pain and I move to action by it. I am more resolved than ever before to stand with and act on behalf of our faculty, staff, and students of color. I may be limited to what I can change at the national level, but I can and will make a difference at Texas State. As we hold this day of reflection and solidarity, I know the truths, experiences, and self-expression shared today will help us and guide our way forward. It's important that this day of reflection and solidarity is being held on Juneteenth, the historic time in 1865 when slaves in Texas learned they were free through the public reading of the Emancipation Proclamation. It's our calling as an institution of higher learning to provide the educational environment that recognizes and in fact celebrates our common humanity and prepares our students to not only lead in a global society, but to be the change makers. To the students joining us, you will lead us into a future that seeks and shapes equality and justice for all. And I look forward to what I will learn with you and from you. So let me end by thanking all of you for participating today, for your hope, and for your willingness to make a difference.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Trouth. And I see you drawn back to your 20s from when you were in college. All right. So I want to thank you for those reflections and those important and powerful words of challenge, hard truth, and solidarity. Those were some very anti-racist sentiments and expressions that you drew upon from your 20s and you made relevant with regard to what we're dealing with today. So also, I want to thank you for reminding us that this day of reflection and solidarity holds particular significance. It was on June 19, 1865, that Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Texas with news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved people of African descent were free. Now, mind you, you know your history, then you know that June 19, 1865 was 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. I would venture to say that Juneteenth is as important to our national history as is the 4th of July, since it commemorates the day in which enslaved people of Texas, then the most distant region of the Confederacy, were the last enslaved descendants of Africans to learn that slavery had been abolished and that they were free. As was then, and the frustration that is now, The wheels of change do seem to turn ever so and too slowly. So now our next speaker is someone very near and dear to my heart because he's been a mentor to so many of us here at Texas State University, and he has an unwavering championing spirit as it comes to justice and equality. And he's been championing justice and equality for many years, and that is Dr. Dwight Watson. Dr. Watson is Professor Emeritus in the Texas State University Department of History. In addition to his teaching responsibilities, he's previously served as Interim Chief Diversity Officer and Special Assistant to the Provost, and is the founder of the Neighborhood Mentoring Program for faculty and students here at Texas State. Dr. Watson's teaching specializations include African American history, race, and law, the transformation of the South, and the civil rights movement. Something very interesting about Dr. Watson is that he has worked in nearly every facet of law enforcement, focusing on reform, including corrections, probation, and parole. He has served as a counselor for youth in various states of addictions. His primary research area is law and race, or race and law in race and law in U.S. history. And if that's not apropos, right? An apropos area for research and of research for these times, I don't know what is. One of his most profound scholarly works is his book, A Change Did Come, The Transformation of the Houston Police. He is currently working on Black Bayou, How Houston's Black Elites Fought to End Jim Crow in Texas. Please welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Dwight Watson.
Good morning. How are you? Dr. Trout, the Bobcat Nation. Thank you so much for inviting me. It is apparent that the charge for me today is to briefly give a historical synopsis of Jim Crow in Texas and Juneteenth. Juneteenth officially began, as Dr. Ben said, when Gordon Granger stepped on a balcony, allegedly in Galveston, Texas. The truth of the matter is it was really hot that day, and Granger was tired and fussy because of the heat, sent his attaché out to read the order. And he would come out later to read an additional order. But Gordon Granger bought hope. He bought freedom. And Juneteenth opened the door for African Americans to achieve a dream. That was freedom. However, quite a few Texans of African descent did not receive notice of freedom until as long as December of 1865, largely due to the fact that the cotton crop was the most important commodity for the state, and they wanted to ensure that the slave labor would be there to pick the cotton. But for those who found a new birth of freedom, they did what many call the Great Scatter. They walked, they rode horses, wagons, and buggies. They swam across rivers, even though they were being shot at by former plantation owners as saying that they were abandoning them. They were trying to find their family. They were trying to reconnect. And then Granger establishes Field Order Number 5, which established the 5th Military District in Texas, where the Union troops would ensure minimal protection for the former slaves and carpetbaggers who were helping to reform the country. But they also assured that they would get the cotton crop out but the former slaves would have all rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution and later affixed by the 13th Amendment freeing the slaves. So that's the brief history. The celebration of Juneteenth, however, began almost immediately. Jack Yates in Houston and a group bought a 10-acre plot called which would later become Emancipation Park. They bought land in Mahia, Texas, a small group did. And these celebrations would go on until the aggressive birth of Jim Crow segregation in the states, and these celebrations would come somewhat underground. They did not kill the spirit of freedom. They stymied the feeling of hope. But my second charge today is to talk about how we got here and where do we go from here. And so my first point is we got here because there is a feeling that you do not hear us. I say us because I cannot disassociate myself from other African Americans who are articulating this as a frustration in the streets. My grandmother said in 1967, "They don't hear us, baby. We should just stop talking." And so they did not hear my dad when he was up for principal at a school. And instead of being a principal, they assigned him to be a disciplinarian. They did not hear my mother, who graduated summa cum laude, but found no scholarships to attend school. They did not hear Emmett Till's screams. They did not hear George Floyd call for his mother. And until we learned to listen and hear, the call for justice will not be affirmed in this country. It is not that freedom and equality have been fully achieved, but the cry now is for justice. The great cleric St. Augustine said that in order for a person to have civil rights, justice, and equality must be twin engines to grab it. It is important for all of us to understand that African Americans want no less than the full extension of constitutional rights that will guarantee them not only freedom and equality, but justice, because justice brings with it fairness. And so I want to thank the committee for asking me to give reflections. I also want to say that the marches in the streets have little to do with equality. They have more to do with a cry of justice, because justice encapsulates freedom and equality. Langston Hughes said, "Justice is a blind goddess to which we blacks are wise. Her bandages hide two festering sores, which once perhaps were eyes." And so now George Floyd has become a flashpoint for American history. And that flashpoint has seen multi-ethnic marches around the nation. And finally, I conclude with a piece I wrote called A Letter to Roger. This morning, my friend Roger, a former Texas State student, a friend, and an overseas combat tour veteran, called and angrily said, "Doc Watson, you have to do something. Doc, they will listen to you." I have, in fact, written a book on the police and have a PhD in history. I was wondering what I could do. I've worked in prisons and jails and courts in my life. I could not find the words to calm him. I couldn't make sense out of yet another killing. In the last 4 months, at least 5 unarmed Black men have been killed and 1 woman. Yes, those who were sworn to uphold the law are the very ones that are their executioners. I hesitated to answer because I was nearly speechless. I could not comfort Roger because I was kind to calm my own damn rage. This must stop. Damn it, the killing must stop. You ask us not to kneel in protest, not to say Black Lives Matter, because it violates some unwritten code of American patriotism that only you are privy, or that it violates some white folk sensibility that only you understand from the code, de facto code of whiteness. We are either dying from COVID-19 or we are dying from police brutality. You ask us to stand. You ask us to pray. The very police who are charged to serve and protect us shoot us. So do not tell me about Black on Black crime and your tacit response to the senseless killings that are occurring. Feeling Roger's pain only intensified mine. The police, they do not shoot white folks the same way they shoot Black folks or for the same reason. Maybe it's because the price of killing us is so low. We kneel in silent reverence. We pray with hopeful change for a dialogue, and then we are blackballed. We are blacklisted and placed on a hit list for requesting our constitutional rights, knowing all too well that civil service and the police union will get the officers their jobs back when fired. When growing up in the Jim Crow South, I asked a neighbor once, Mr. Sam, should I call the police when 2 men were fighting? Mr. Sam said, no, baby, no, don't call no police. We'd rather call a cab to go to the hospital or call a truck to go to the morgue. Because if you call the police, them boys gonna get arrested. And then we gonna have to raise bond money to get them out. And they may get some other charge that they don't know nothing about. No, baby, don't call no police. But being from the South, we all knew that the relationship with the police was not reciprocal. We are rarely served and usually not protected very well by the police. They demand that we respect an unquestioned code of authority and obey a strict adherence to this code of race policing that victimizes us. But wake me. Didn't some white boys with guns threaten to shoot or kill folks in Michigan if they didn't open the economy in an effort to make us great again? Then they stood at the state capitol saying that the COVID fears were lies. They blocked intersections to the hospitals. They threatened to shoot up the government. And they said, if you try to disarm us, we will fight. And the police did nothing. But a drunk man, a young Black man jogging, a Black woman in her bed in her apartment, a brother in his apartment eating ice cream, all appear to be deadly threats. And this Monday, an alleged $20 forgery charge made George Floyd join the ranks to those callously killed by police, largely because he was perceived to be a threat to order and authority of the police rather than the law. So let me get this straight. Colin Kaepernick kneeled in a peaceful effort to articulate the frustrations of Black folks dying because they are abused by those who are supposed to serve and protect them. You are angered at him for kneeling, but where is your anger over us kneeling over our caskets? Yeah, another brother's dead. Another brother's dead, Sherry, in Minnesota this time. He was killed by a policeman with his knee on his throat. Their actions will be justified. They were trying to arrest him, and they either could not or would not heed his call, his cries. I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe. Mama, I cannot breathe. In this case, like other police homicides, they were because they were fined to force compliance rather than the law. The argument by police will be that he was resisting, argumentative, and combative, and he succumbed during the attempt to arrest him. He didn't succumb, damn it. He died. Didn't he deserve a level of decency and respect? Moreover, at the very least, didn't he deserve an extension of his natural rights to life and liberty? But in the last 10 years, recalcitrant police have killed Black men with impunity. Black women at times. Black women at times have also been seen as deadly threats and are shot as well. Transgendered and LGBTQ people are ignored. The numbers are staggering. Approximately 24% of all police shootings are African Americans. Well, 13% we only constitute 13% of the population. So, Roger, what are we going to do? My intellectual response said, write something. But my angry soul wanted to get my guns and shoot something or demand something, for power concedes nothing without demand. But God in me told me that grace protects me and mercy carries me. And so, Roger, we will stand together. This, I know, this is a call for justice, not a call for stuff. The end. Thank you, Bobcat Nation.
Let's first take a moment of silence. Dr. Watson shared some very heart-wrenching and powerful truths. So we're going to take just a few minutes to let that soak in. When Dr. Watson expressed a truth that he lives in the reality and solidarity of all other Black people, he's speaking about something that my meditation teacher, Ruth King, says. She says, because of this Black skin, I am of those who look like me, are in danger and cannot escape the harm of others and cannot control the actions of others. I am an endangered species, but I sing no victim's song. Thank you, Dr. Watson. You always come with the right on time words. That was powerful. Asante. Thank you for helping us to better understand and situate the significance of our day of reflection and solidarity on Juneteenth and ourselves in the larger historical context of today's racial struggles. Texas State's most well-known alumnus, President Lyndon Baines Johnson, stated in his commencement address at Howard University on June in the year of 1965, he said, "You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by the chains of racism and liberate him, bring him to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others and still justly believe that you have been completely fair." And so we gather here today, not in holy matrimony, but we do come together as a community to acknowledge the truth of our history and its impact on our contemporary problems related to racism. Notice I didn't say problems with race. Race isn't our problem. Black, brown, indigenous, Asian, Arab people don't have a problem. We don't have a problem with our race and our ethnicities. We like what race and ethnicity we are. We don't like the pains and burdens of racism. We must name it. If we do not name the issue, we cannot be empowered to address the issue. Just like any disease, once it's diagnosed, you know what it is. The treatment can then begin. Can you imagine how troubling it would be for you to have a multitude of painful, debilitating symptoms that you have expressed countless times to your doctor, yet she has only a mild curiosity about these symptoms and says, that's interesting. Not sure what that's about. Instead, you'd want your doctor to get busy researching those symptoms and working with you to figure out what needs to be done so she can diagnose the ailment and begin treatment. That's what racism is, and that's what it's like, a disease. The people who have been racialized are not the disease. So we are going to name it and discuss it with some upcoming panel members. So we have a panel of faculty members who will be sharing with us today. Three of the panelists will be discussing questions posed by our moderator. And then I'm sorry if you're getting some feedback. Hold on just a second. I think somebody may have their microphone on. Okay, good, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have three panelists who are going to be discussing questions related to the issue of racism posed by our moderator. And then we're going to have another faculty member who's going to join us, and that's going to be Dr. Marcus Johnson. And he will be joining for the Q&A portion of the discussion. And I'm really excited to say that we have the very lovely and exemplary professional, Dr. Valerie B. Fleming, who will be serving as the moderator for this panel. Dr. Fleming is professor and chair of the Department of Communication Disorders in the College of Health Professions here at Texas State University. She served, as the 2017-2018 Presidential Fellow. Under her leadership, the department received the 2016 Council for Academic Programs in Communication Sciences and Disorders Diversity Award, and was recently awarded a $1.6 million grant from the United States Health Resources and Services Administration to fund scholarships for disadvantaged graduate students. Her passion for teaching and her interest in the access and utilization of healthcare services for underserved communities spurred her to assist faculty in developing inclusive classroom practices and preparing culturally competent clinicians. I must also add, she is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I just had to throw that in. Please welcome Dr. Valerie Fleming and our distinguished panel of faculty members.
I would like to begin today by briefly introducing our distinguished panel guests. Just reading their many accomplishments would take our entire time, so I will be brief. First, we have Dr. Scott Bowman, who is an associate professor of criminal justice and special assistant to the provost for diversity, equity, and inclusion here at Texas State. Dr. Bowman is author of the edited 2-volume book, Color Behind Bars, Racism in the U.S. Prison System, as well as scholarly work that has been published in Critical Criminology, Criminal Justice Policy Review, Race and Social Problems, and Qualitative Criminal Justice and Criminology. His research interests include critical examinations of juvenile justice system, race, ethnicity, socioeconomics, and the intersectionalities in the criminal justice system, and the role of implicit bias in criminal justice attitudes and decision-making. Next, we have Dr. Manica Brooks. She is an assistant professor of curriculum and instruction. Not only has she been recently tenured and promoted to associate professor, she has also been appointed as the assistant dean for academic affairs and student success in the College of Education. She is the author of the book Transforming Literacy Education for Long-Term English Learners, Recognizing Brilliance in the Undervalued, and she has twice been awarded the Presidential Distinction Award for Excellence in Scholarly and Creative Activities. And last and certainly not least, we have Dr. Dewana Goldstone, Associate Professor of History and Director of the African American Studies Program. And she is author of the award-winning book, Integrating the 40 Acres, the 50-Year Struggle for Racial Equality at the University of Texas. Dr. Goldstone arrived at Texas State in August 2019 after spending 18 years at Austin Peay State University in Clarksville, Tennessee, where she taught African American literature and coordinated the African American Studies program. She is working on a collection of essays about African American life and culture, tentatively titled Strong, Black, Bitter, and Cold, just like her coffee. Thank you to each of you for being with us today. In 1903, W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in Souls of Black Folks, "Herein lie buried many things which, if read with patience, may show the strange meaning of being Black here at the dawning of the 20th century. This meaning is not without interest to you, gentle reader, for the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line." And then 58 years later, in 1961, during a radio interview, James Baldwin stated, "To be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a state of rage, almost all the time and in one's work. And part of the rage is this: it isn't only what is happening to you, but it's what's happening all around you and all of the time in the face of the most extraordinary and criminal indifference. Indifference of most white people in this country and their ignorance. Now, since this is so, it's a great temptation to simplify the issues under the illusion that if you simplify them enough, people will recognize them. I think this illusion is very dangerous because, in fact, it isn't the way it works. A complex thing can't be made simple. You simply have to try to deal with it in all its complexity and hope to get that complexity across. Now here we are, 59 years after Baldwin's interview, which is 117 years after Du Bois's book was written, and we are still challenged by and struggling with the issue of race in the US, right now, today, 2020. Why are we still struggling with the issue of race after all of these years? Please feel free to jump in, any of you.
It's such a loaded, I think we're all struggling to answer it because we've been living it, and it's hard to quantify it in sort of a, yeah. I'm gonna let Scott go.
Thank you. I think the biggest part of the struggle, I think, has been the illusion that at some point or at various points over the past 108 years, that it's been addressed enough to move forward. I think that whether it is Brown versus the Board of Education, the Civil Rights Act, the election of an African-American president, there are these kind of pivotal moments where, as a nation, I think we look and we say, well, not we, non-folks of color look and say, okay, this has happened, everything from this point moving forward should be better, almost a myth of progress. And so I think that we arrive again in this moment, looking and saying we haven't addressed the sins of the past, we haven't addressed the larger issues, some of which are identical. Obviously in criminal justice, policing and the fundamental function of policing has been exactly the same for, certainly since before slavery, and leading, in an overseer role, throughout history where we find it today. And so I think a big part of it is this this myth of progress, this myth of racial progress that we that I think many folks tend to cling to as a justification for silence or for apathy or indifference.
I think that's a really good point, Scott. And I think for years we've been having two separate conversations. I think white people have been having their conversation about how well Black people are doing. Look at Oprah, look at Michael Jordan, look at all these, look at the Obamas. And then Black people, we've been having a separate conversation where even those of us who've, quote, made it, still have to deal with this stuff. And there never seems to be a way for white people to sit and listen and to believe us. And I do think, I'm hopeful, I'm very hopeful that this time white people finally get it. That we have not been making up these stories, that there is this myth of progress. That yes, some of us have managed to get through and to, quote, make it, but it doesn't mean we don't experience racism in the same way that other people do, and that our privilege also often, and I want to say privilege, the privilege of having made it, doesn't mean that we're not going to be targets on campus, in our communities, in the store. But I think that's such a great point about this myth of progress, that I don't think Black people thought there was a myth of progress. I think that white people thought, oh, well, they're doing fine. We don't need to help.
I think also one of the reasons it hasn't been, I don't think that everybody understands the way it is such a part of this country. Like every the founding of the country, all the different institutions that are part of this country, to sort of think of that like race and racism and all of these things that are connected to it are fundamental to the founding of the United States and what it means to exist in this country. And so I think that until we see how it's in the genesis of the way the country was built, that it was built on indigenous genocide and it was built through chattel slavery, and if we don't come to terms with those initial things and the way it kind of impacted everything else, then it kind of, you can't have a conversation for change if you're not willing to start with understanding what the situation is. And it's not necessarily limited to race in the United States, like to understand like colonialism and the way that colonialism across a variety of countries that were, colonized by Europe, and the I guess the necessity for anti-Blackness in that colonial project. I think if we can't understand the way this is both, the way race and racism operates in the United States is unique, and then also very similar to the ways that it operates globally, I think that we can't move forward. And so I'm not even sure if if you want to say we, people who exist in the United States, have actually even been struggling with it, right? I think that maybe some people have been struggling with it. Some people are just living their life without attending to it at all. So I think that nothing ever gets, I always tell my students, like, what problem gets solved by not talking about it, right? And so far, the only problem that someone told me once was that if you have a pimple, that maybe if you just kind of like ignore it and then like not address it, then maybe it'll just go away on its own. But other than that, every other problem that exists in the world, you need to see, well, why is this happening? Where did it start? And then how can we like go about fixing it, right? But I don't think that there's actually been a communal struggle to actually address the issues. It's been very one-sided as to what individual groups of people might feel is relevant for them, within their particular, how this impacts them.
Yeah. And I would add to that I think that there have been moments, historical moments, where various groups of folks of color have looked and said, okay, this should be the moment that moves this discussion forward, or this should be the moment that institutes some sort of change, and it just doesn't. I'm also cautiously optimistic about where we go from here, but I was cautiously optimistic when it was Rodney King. Even now in the midst of George Floyd, we can't forget that we're putting children in cages, and we can't forget, that we're forcing semi-sovereign Native American populations to do what we think they should do rather than their own self-protection for things like COVID. And so we have these kind of historical moments when we go, okay, this should be it. This should be the wake-up call. I think to Monica's point, we, as a nation, we just kind of sleep on them. The communities that are experiencing it don't, but those that are, have the privilege of avoiding it, have physically, emotionally, spiritually, the idea of it being their problem, it just continues. And I'm glad to see that this isn't the case now, but there's still a lot of silence.
Yeah, I think and you mentioning COVID is another really good example of how it has disproportionately harmed Black and brown communities. And people are now, hopefully they will see that the reason why so many people who look like us are in harm's way is because of the work that we do in the communities we live in, and that a lot of people don't have the privilege of staying home and working from home. And so hopefully people will continue to have conversations about how to keep everybody safe.
Yeah. And not by accident. And that there's a history associated with having people of color in those jobs, in those vulnerable spaces, and so it's not just, hey, it's 2020, Blacks and Latinos have chosen to work those jobs because it's good work or because they care, it's like, no, there's a history, there's a racial and economic history that has produced that kind of dual labor market, and has existed for centuries.
Well, even thinking about the vaccine, and the hope for a vaccine, and I posted on Twitter, I'm not taking a vaccine until rich white people take it. Because I don't trust that it will be safe. That, again, I don't want them using our bodies as guinea pigs. Like, yeah. No. But everyone's all hopeful about a vaccine.
We've done that already.
We've done that already.
Yeah. I think that is the hidden history that, what you all are referencing, right, in terms of the Tuskegee experiments, in terms of the forced sterilization of Puerto Rican women, in terms of, what the United States was doing in Guatemala, all of these histories of how medicine and medical treatments have been tested, and, or even the founder of gynecology and the way that he used Black women's bodies to torture them, right, to have all of the so-called medical progress that we have now. All those histories are not taught, right? And so there are populations that exist that don't. There's people who willfully ignore that this happened, right, and refuse to believe that it happened. And I think there's another spectrum of the population that literally does not know that this is the history of this country, that, people always like to say on the internet, like, well, because science, right? But people don't know the way that science is political, the way science is racialized, the way science is not objective nor neutral. And that is a very specific, curriculum choices, right? So thinking about, this is why we struggle with these things, because the knowledge is hidden from people, or not hidden, is purposely withheld, right? Because there's a conscious decision not to share this information.
Or people just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I feel like it's because somebody didn't, there's a reason why it's not a part of the history standards, right? And people don't know because people who are on governing boards are making decisions on what gets taught and what doesn't.
And then people in the classroom aren't taking the classes where they're going to learn this information.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's not required.
Or it's not required. Yeah.
So let's dig a little deeper. I want to know then, how has this issue impacted you both personally and professionally?
Which issue?
The issue of race. And the struggles we're currently dealing with race, how is that impacting you personally and professionally?
It's like, do you have like 12 hours?
So I
Give us the synopsis, the Cliff Notes version.
I had an incident yesterday, and I was walking my dogs, and I think I had 3 of them. And one of them I just got. So I've had him for about 6 weeks. I'm still not really quite sure of his personality. And the same thing happened to me maybe a month ago, and it was, with the same dog. So I'm walking near Miller Middle School, and I'm on a sidewalk, and I turn and I see a mother and the daughter is on a bike. And so I just keep walking, and then it's very clear that the daughter wants, everyone's expecting me to walk into the street. And so I thought, I have this dog, I don't really know his personality. And so here I am standing in the street, a car has to stop so that this white woman and her white child could go by on the sidewalk. And, and I posted that on Facebook because it reminded me of how often black men had to step off the sidewalk so that white people could go by. And it made me wonder, do white people even think about this? And the same thing happened to me yesterday. One of the construction workers wouldn't walk off the sidewalk. And so I walked into the street. And partly I thought I should have just stayed on the sidewalk and made him walk off. But then I thought, there's this COVID, and then I had to think about my own safety, that I don't need to make a statement. And so anyway, I don't know if white people think about that kind of stuff, whereas I can't separate myself from my skin color, from my gender. And so it's there all the time. I got pulled over by a police officer and I was really scared. Is this going to be it? I go jogging really early in the morning and I see cops and I think there'll be no witnesses if they decide they're going to take me out. And I think now white people are starting to see why so many of us live in fear and why just going out to walk my dogs may not be as safe as it appears to be. That was a long answer. Sorry.
No, it was nice. And I'm gonna piggyback off of that because I think one of the it's going to happen at some point when you realize that you're black, that it's always going to be like that, right? I think that one of the challenges though has been this sort of, whether it's your parents or family members or community, you go, well, if I arrive at something, if I accomplish something, then it won't be as bad. It will be, I'll still have moments and I'll still have instances, but it's kind of like the Chris Rock joke that says nobody white would change places with me and I'm rich, right? You look and you go, I've arrived at graduate school. I should be treated different. I have earned a PhD. I should be treated differently. I'm a faculty member that does work in the community. I should be treated different. And that moment never arrives, right? The continued fear of, well, there's a police officer and it's me and I'm by myself, still remains. I'm just sitting here minding my own business. Is somebody going to call the police on me just simply because they're afraid of me, right? Is somebody going to pick a fight with me? Is somebody, any number of things. And I'll say one of the things, and I said this in a different meeting last week, to the specific point of what's going on right now. I said that I'm not a police researcher, but I've been a police scholar since I was 8. Because at 8, I had to learn what the police function was and how those interactions went. And it's not to suggest that I have not had positive interactions with the police, but I've had plenty of negative ones, and they go from 8 until recent. Right. And that's not including folks that have called the police because they thought I was suspicious or they thought it was, any number of things. I had the police called on me at the university for a step practice because somebody said they heard gunfire, rhythmic gunfire, right? And had the university police called on us and they pulled up in numbers and we had no idea what was going on. After that, it was fine, but nobody looked. Nobody said, "Let me at least check before I call the police." And then obviously that was a long time ago. But now, to the point of kind of, do they think about this? Are they considering this? It's like, are you considering that you might take someone's life, or you might cost someone their life because of your mistake, because of your implicit bias, because of your fears, because of your irrationality? And I'm not sure that that's the case. But to the original point, it's like breathing. It's like, you know, anything else. It's just, you know that it's a part of you, you know it's a part of what you do and who you are and how you interact with everyone. And you learn to negotiate it as best possible, knowing that there's no reward at the end of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, another long answer.
I was always the only one, right? So I have a very, like, I'm very accustomed to just, you know, not being in a very diverse environment. And so I think I've always been very conscious about my race, my identity, how that impacts the way other people perceive me from a very young age. You know, I think of James Baldwin. I think he talked about when he went to school was the first time that he learned that he was different. And like, the school was a very big socialization space to learn negative stuff about yourself. And so for me, like, I've always been very academically successful, but socially, and because I've grown up in very liberal spaces, the kind of, you know, comments that are very racialized that I receive is kind of like, oh, well, you know, you're so articulate, you have such a large vocabulary. And like, I do have a large vocabulary, and I can, you know, and I am, you know, and I do speak well, but when those comments are also loaded as to who gets described in those ways and when and how and why, and do you think I should speak another way? Do you think that I shouldn't use such words? And so there are more kind of subtle things that have always been a part of my life that I'm actually that I grew used to and learned how to navigate at a younger age. So I think race is always a thing that is central to kind of how I see myself. And then professionally, being like, again, the only person, but this time kind of in like a higher, more visible position. Like, my students say, well, you're the first Black professor I ever had, or you're the first Black teacher I've ever had, you know, or you're the first person who's ever talked to me about any of these, you know, issues. And so to think about, for a lot of people, how their interaction with me represents a huge learning curve for them, right? Because it's the first experience they have. And that is a lot of pressure when you think about it, because unlike, you know, the series of white or Latino teachers they may have had before, like, I'm this like unicorn, right? And so the way my actions are interpreted are kind of, I feel it's a lot of pressure, right? Because you have to be very aware of how other people are perceiving you while still maintaining who you are, right?
And then I think about going from this very high-pressured situation that you described, Monica, and then you go into your community or home where that degree doesn't follow you, and someone will follow you in the store because because you fit the description.
Yeah, I think the hardest part of all of that is, like, sometimes it catches you when you're not prepared for it. And so, like, I remember when I first moved to San Marcos, I was at the grocery store and I was just buying some eggs, and this older white woman came up to me and she was like, oh, can I touch your hair? And like, dude, like, I teach about like race and schooling and all this stuff, and I know it's quite like a textbook interaction of objectification, but you know, like how I was raised, like if someone who's older, like she's still like in her 70s, like I don't really say no to older people. So without thinking, I was just like, yes. And then she touched my hair, and then she was like, oh, it feels like a baby doll's hair, and then just like walked off, right?
Wow.
And so like, and then I went home and I was just, you know, like, I went and I told my husband, and I started like crying because the worst part of the experience is when you feel like you're complicit in your own victimization, right? Is that like, I know that I let this woman objectify me, I let her use me to, as like a project, an animal in a zoo to do whatever exploration she wanted to. And the thing is, she asked me, right? So like theoretically, I gave my consent, right? And so I think that sometimes is the hardest thing when you're not aware and then you consent to your own tokenization or victimization. you're complicit in it. And that feeling is just one that's really hard to come to terms to, which is what hurt more than the actual interaction, right?
So why does engaging the issue of race make people so uncomfortable?
Do you mean make white people so uncomfortable?
Yeah, white people so uncomfortable.
It can make me uncomfortable. I mean, it can make me uncomfortable because I don't want to go there. Like, sometimes I only want to go there if I'm getting paid. Or like if I feel like if I'm having a conversation with someone that I know is not a safe space for me, or they might use me for learning, I get uncomfortable because I don't want them to say something racist to me. I don't want to. So like my professional and my personal life are like two different things. Like as a professional, like I'm not uncomfortable. In my personal life, I'm like, where is this conversation going? What are they going to say? And now how am I going to have to respond after they do this, right? And so then I get uncomfortable because I'm like, I just want to be at peace. Just keep your ideas to yourself, you know? But professionally, it's different, I guess.
Yeah, I think, you know, as you're saying it, I think I was okay talking about race in a personal and in a professional way. I don't know, we're supposed to be talking politics, but until Trump got elected. And then people started coming out of the woodworks, and I'm sure they were always there, but he made it acceptable to say really racist things. And so now I've just become so angry. I'll confess, I've become really angry. I thought I'd given some of that up when I got here, but I'm back to being angry again. So I don't mind talking to people about it, but I don't know how safe it is anymore. It doesn't feel safe anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Megan.
I would say if it's a conversation with someone I don't know and I don't trust, I'd rather know that they've had, in my personal life, like they've read, they've done work individually with themselves and their friends. And right, and in this context, like I'm not just talking about white people. I'm talking about people of a variety of backgrounds who have not understood their own biases, right? And so in my personal life, and so if you haven't done that work around anti-Blackness, anti-indigeneity, if you haven't done your work about like dealt with your transphobia, your homophobia, like my personal life, like that's not where I'm at in terms of like teaching people lessons about stuff. Now, as an educator, I'm down for that all the time, right? Like that is what I love to do. Like I love to teach future teachers. I love to teach current teachers. I love to have these conversations. But maybe because I do that at work, at home, I'm like, if you don't have it, we're not talking.
I just think one of the challenges of it is that most people have never had it. They've had the privilege of never having it. When you look at the makeup of the United States and the majority of folks that live in segregated spaces or remain in segregated spaces, coupled with the kind of physical construction of segregated spaces, the building of freeways, the paths of public transit and things like that, you could have, because and I've taught classes, Monica, where I've said the same thing, where it's like, or somebody has said to me, oh, you're my first African-American professor, you're my, but in many instances it may be, hey, you're the first African-American I've met, and so if you live in a space that's segregated, that is racially homogeneous, you don't have to have those conversations. It's a privilege in kind of saying, I don't have to worry about Mexicans in cages and the LGBTQI community and African Americans and Native Americans and Asian Americans and anybody else other than the people that live in my space, right? And so the biggest challenge with having those conversations is simply that folks are not, I don't think that they realize how little they actually know coming into those conversations. And doing it in a classroom is a privilege. It's a privileged space. You know, I revere those opportunities, and doing it in like community presentations and things like that, absolutely. But would I strike up a conversation in the bar? Would I strike up a conversation? You know, no. I mean, because there's too much to teach and there's not enough known. And right or wrong, I don't necessarily blame folks for being uncomfortable. I mean, if I was traveling to China and they wanted to ask me about the various dynasties and the history, I'd be like, I don't know. It's not, you know, I'm not from here. It's not my thing. Now, if I lived there for 100 years and said, you know, I just chose not to know, then I'm kind of displaying my ignorance. But, you know, I don't blame folks, but that's part of the problem is that, you know, whether it is high school education, elementary education, university education, public socialization, the media, the news, newspapers, etc., that just choose to, for lack of a better term, whitewash information. It's like you're not setting up white individuals to have those type of conversations and to succeed in what is actually a multicultural space. And that makes it really, really problematic. And it makes it even more problematic when the response to that is resistance, right? So rather than to learn or rather than to engage, I'm going to resist, or I'm going to keep resisting, or, you know, how can we kick more people out of the United States? How can we, you know, control more public bodies? How can we get more police in the streets to control those folks so that we can maintain what we maintain, rather than to say, hey, you know what, we're probably better off engaging this, probably should have engaged this a long time ago, to Du Bois' point where you started, and we wouldn't be talking about the 21st century being the same color line as we were the 20th century, or Du Bois referring to the 20th century.
And do you think, Scott, this is kind of a, and this question for both of you, but how much do you think part of the problem is that white people expect us to take the charge on this conversation about race? And
I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a big part of it, and I also think that, but at the same time, I think there's information that is presented and provided in more comfortable and more palatable ways that you have to take advantage of. I like Tim Wise. Tim Wise has been to campus. Tim Wise says what everybody else says, but it's more palatable because he's white, talking largely to white folks, as opposed to me being black and saying it.
But do you have a, so this is my friend never knows how to answer this for me, but I'm starting to have a real problem with white people getting rich off of talking anti-racism while we're living it. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know what, you know, I think about white fragility. I think about Tim Wise. And so here are these white people going around getting famous and making money doing anti-racism stuff while we're the ones who are living through it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to fix that, but.
I think if there were more, I would be equally upset, but somebody has to do it. You know, I would rather somebody step up and present, not to discredit what they do, but to present as an ally and to suggest it, because there really aren't enough. I mean, one of the reasons they're getting rich is because there are so few people that do it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't.
I mean, black people we've been writing and talking about this for years.
I know. The rich part of it, I have a problem with that, but
yeah,
there aren't enough to, inevitably they have to get rich because there aren't enough people that are demonstrating that skill set, right? I mean, in the spirit of capitalism, you kind of go, if there were a bunch of people, that money would be redistributed to all the people that can do it, but because there are 3 or 4 people that have been nationally specialized in the field of being white and talking about white fragility and talking about racism, they are directly and indirectly reaping the benefits of it.
Yeah.
You know,
I just think about
nobody doing it.
True, but I just think about the 3 of us who are not. I mean, I know the
Not
2 of you
rich.
are making big salaries.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I just think about all the work we've been doing, and we're not on speaking tours and having people talk about. But anyway, that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah. Well, and I would add to that, they're not talking about anything that's new either. So that, I mean, then you talk about getting rich and speaking, they're not describing anything, they're not revealing anything, they're not presenting a new knowledge necessarily.
Sure.
They're just kind of restating the obvious. So
Yeah.
getting rich for restating the obvious, which is problematic on another level.
Yeah.
in which you probably in your graduate education was told, well, what are you adding new to the body of knowledge? And was probably negatively impacted by those statements.
Yeah.
Well, I think, in terms of when it does make people uncomfortable and they're not a minoritized person, I think in general, whenever it makes someone uncomfortable, it's because it presents a worldview that challenges what they're used to, right? So if you're a white person that's been raised in the United States, that has been kind of taught this one narrow history of what the United States is and what it means, to be the land of the free and the home of the brave, when there's information that's presented to you that counteracts that narrative, one of the reactions can be to be uncomfortable with it, right? And to immediately reject it. And so when that happens, a reaction is being uncomfortable, right? And so the same thing is when anyone is presented with an alternative idea, the initial reaction can be to be uncomfortable, to say, no, I don't want to do this. Or people have been socialized to say, talking about race is racist, right? And so if you talk about race, then you're being racist. The way to get rid of racism is to not talk about it. And so then it makes people, the idea that race is even brought up, it's like, well, if you're making race an issue by mentioning it, if you didn't mention it, then it wouldn't be an issue. And then this goes across issues of gender, sexual orientation, all of these kinds of things, right? And so I think that why are people uncomfortable? Because it represents a shift in a worldview that maybe for certain people in their lives, they haven't had to shift their worldview very often. And particularly, like Scott, when you were talking about people who are raised in like segregated, homogenous places, right? This happens often. That was my big thing coming to Texas with religion. Like Christianity's so normalized here, right? And that was a big change from California, right? And it wasn't until when I came here, I was like, whoa, like this is just taken for granted here that everybody's Christian, right? And so if you bring up religion, it makes people uncomfortable, right? Because they don't know how to talk about religious differences because they haven't had very much practice thinking about what are some alternative worldviews and what does it mean to be inclusive in this way, right? And so I think that so when I teach classes about race and racism, I'm teaching one right now, well, the first thing we read is like out of Micah Pollock has an edited book called like Everyday Anti-Racism. And one of the chapters is like Courageous Conversations, which is a shorter version of a larger book. And they talk about like 4 like agreements or 4 things you should expect to have courageous conversations. And one of them is to expect to experience discomfort. And they talk about how that discomfort can vary depending on your positionality. And I find naming it is helpful because then everyone realizes that it's normal, right, to experience that.
Well, what is the role of an institution of higher learning in helping our nation address this current challenge? We're at an institution of higher learning.
I would say broadly speaking, I think it is to prepare students to enter a multicultural space. That, I mean, whether you're talking about race, class, gender, sexual orientation, nationality, ability, whatever it may be, it's thinking about these macro and micro level ways that you can best prepare our students to interact socially, to be true leaders, if that's the hope, right? I mean, if you're saying, hey, you're coming here to get a bachelor's degree or an advanced degree, and you're going to be some 30% of the population that holds that privilege of having a college education, not only should you sound like that in terms of your discipline, but you should sound like that in terms of just being a human being. And, so for me to tell gay jokes with a bachelor's degree, or to tell sexist jokes with a bachelor's degree, shows or demonstrates that you didn't get what you needed when you were at whatever university it is that you were at. And so I think that broadly speaking, I think the foundation should be, are we preparing you to go out into this world, especially in the current kind of cancel culture? Folks are white folks are losing their jobs. They're losing their jobs for saying stupid things, for doing stupid things, for racist. stupid things. And so even to look and say, we're having this conversation so that you can keep your job, keep your stability, keep your livelihood. When I teach race and crime, I tell the students that if you're a police officer and you're in this class, or you want to be a police officer, my goal of you coming out of this class is for you to not end up on the news. To not have done something racially or ethnically or class-based or sexual orientation-based that lands you on the news or lands you in hot water being fired. You know, we will have talked about all of that over the course of the semester. Now, if you leave and you just say, hey, you know, that was interesting, but I don't care, I'm gonna keep treating people the way I treat them, you know, that you can't control, but you have to be able to come away with a knowledge that, hey, I'm going to have to interact with people that don't look like me and don't come from where I come from, and don't have backgrounds in what I have, but I need to be able to meet them where they are.
Yeah, I agree with you, Scott, and I'm thinking about the football players at the University of Texas. I'm thinking about Deshaun Watson out of Clemson. I'm thinking about, so I did my undergrad at the University of Iowa, so I was interested in what happened with the football team at the University of Iowa. But I'm glad, I'm not sure this is answering your question, Valerie, that I'm really glad that so many Black athletes are using their platform and their space to speak out against white supremacy. I'm still wondering what's going to happen with the basketball coach here, and I hope that it's dealt with in a way that is satisfactory to all parties involved. But I do hope that there is a day of reckoning that white coaches can't continue to treat Black men, and I just because I'm talking about football players, using them to make all this money and then expecting them to be silent. And I liked what the Iowa football player said, which is, if you only want to come and watch me play on Saturday, don't come. You know, I'd rather have 1,000 people in the stand cheering for me than 70,000 people, and the rest of you, when I go out into the community, you don't want to be bothered with me. So I'm glad that higher education athletics is being used as a space to try to change how people are treated on campus. And I have other stuff I can talk about, but Manica, it's your turn.
I think I see it at two levels. I think institutionally, higher education, like within itself, an institution of higher learning needs to not reproduce like racism, sexism, you know, transphobia, all those intersections. So thinking about how the systems within itself are supportive of students and are, even before you get to the level of classes, is like what is happening on campus and how are things functioning? How do they function to marginalize or to support, you know? And so I think that one of the things that really has to kind of come into play in this whole conversation is institutions of higher education really acknowledging how they're complicit in racism, how they're complicit in all of these things, and really being open about it, and then being willing to do the work and not necessarily putting that work on Black faculty or other faculty of color, but thinking about institutionally, people who are in positions of power, what systemic changes are they making that have direct impact on students, staff, you know, faculty members and things like that. So I think there's one sense of like the institution as a model for what, you know, an anti-racist institution could look like. So I think that's one thing we could do. And then also I think I think a lot has to come down to what's in the curriculum. I think that if someone is able to go through a program, I often think of, speaking of Iowa, Stephen King, right? Senator, representative from Iowa, yeah. When he, among many other racist things, xenophobic things he said too, he talked about how like basically white people are the only people who contributed anything to civilization. Mm-hmm. But what really stuck out to me about his comment is that that idea is a reflection of our school system, right? And so I think in higher education, if based on what people are being taught in school, what are they expected to graduate knowing and doing? Do they, you know, graduate never having been introduced to ideas that challenge racist beliefs, that challenge, you know, homophobic beliefs, and not because, you know, universities are liberal institutions trying to like brainwash people, right? But that the idea is that we value the humanity of people, right? And that we value people's individual autonomy, and that you want to produce people who will respect individuals and respect communities, right? And so I think sometimes the language of individual, you know, individual freedom gets taken up as a way to disrespect communities. But individuals are what kind of make communities. And so I think that if your students need to be able to understand the people who they're going to work with in the future as being both humans, like, and recognize their humanity, and as well as recognize the people that they're connected to in communities.
I really, really hate to interrupt this conversation. I think we're going to need to meet again at some time so we can keep this conversation going. I know a couple of you have mentioned that I could say more, but I'll stop. I think we really need to keep this conversation going. But I think right now, let's take some questions from our audience. If you have questions, audience, please type them in the question and answer box below your controls, and I will read those questions, and each of our panelists will take an opportunity to answer them. Okay, I see your questions coming in. Thank you so much. There are a lot of questions, and we will get to as many of those as we can in our allotted time. I want to introduce a final panelist that will be joining us today for the live question and answer session. Joining us today, we have Dr. Marcus Johnson, Assistant Professor of Curriculum and Instruction in the College of Education. Dr. Johnson has research expertise in elementary education, social studies, early childhood education, African American education, teacher education, and sociology of education. He is the author of several critically acclaimed articles, including Trump, Kaepernick, and MLK as Maybe Citizens, Early Elementary African American Males Analysis of Citizenship, and also Troubling the Waters, a critical essay on Black male role models and mentors. Thank you for each of the panelists for being with us today. Dr. Johnson, the first question today is for you. Whose responsibility is it to tackle the issue of racism in America, and how do we tackle this issue?
Wow, that is a loaded question that could take half of this panel, but I would say to those who are incurring the wrath of it, those are the first people who should speak up and do something. So experience has taught me not to look outside of myself and those who identify as a collective, to look to those to help out. So I think one is to galvanize yourself individually, as well as those who have a common mindset or identity to fight this oppression. And I think at the end of the day, any morally inclined person should want to fight against racism. This is something that the line should be drawn about. So I think anyone who is about making this life, making society more just, should be the not only the ones that are fighting, but the ones who should benefit from it. And I will also say how we go about that. I am in favor of the full spectrum and range, from those praying to those of self-defense. And I think in any war that, and trust me, this is an anti-Black war that I'm fighting and that I'm seeing. In any war, there are certain divisions, right? You have the Green Berets, you have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. So I think in multiple areas, we're all fighting this, whether it be through education, through economics, through health. All of these activities, all of these human activities require our efforts and our energy. So in any method, I have no problem with people, again, from praying to self-defense. I feel all is warranted.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Dr. Brooks, the next question is for you. How does early education play a role in perpetuating racism?
Well, I think it happens on multiple levels. I think, again, going back to talking about the curriculum, what stories are included in the curriculum and what stories are not included in the curriculum. So education can be a way of reinforcing stereotypes. And sometimes it can be, I think, it's not that people are necessarily actively teaching stereotypes, but the silence themselves around providing any alternative narratives, right, reinforce the stereotypes that people already come with. So if you came from a family that said the only people that contribute anything substantial to society is white people, and then you go to school and all you learn about are also that white people contributed meaningful things to society, what else are you to take from that situation? Another way it happens is through, I think, the fact that our schools are very segregated. And so literally not interacting with people that are different than you, not having the experiences of being in communication with people. And then oftentimes the leadership structures in schools, if you look at who are paraprofessionals and custodians and their racial backgrounds versus people who are in leadership of schools, who are teachers, I think that reinforces to children who are professionals and who are not. And those are often, if you look at the statistics, very racialized positions that reflect the larger discrimination that's happening in our society.
Dr. Bowman, can you address this next question for us? In combating racism, why is it important for white people to acknowledge their privilege?
It's essential to acknowledge privilege, especially from a historical perspective, because that is, in many ways, the foundation of the construction of America, right? So the economic advantage of slavery, the economic advantage of coming back from World War II and having the opportunity to gain federally funded housing that was essentially segregated, and the benefits that are associated with that. Borrowing money to pay for college education, borrowing money to start businesses, creating a space where policing looks very different. Those are fundamental privileges, and acknowledging that, I think, not only allows for the opportunity for individuals to understand and have a better sense of how they arrived at where they arrived, but also to do so without blaming necessarily, or without saying, hey, the kind of question where you get my ancestors did this, what does this have to do with me? And it's like, well, part of that answer is that you continue to reap the benefits of privilege associated with it, and at least at a minimum, understanding that and recognizing that and having a willingness to fight against that is paramount to moving forward. I mean, if you don't recognize that privilege and these larger privileges, it makes it very difficult to understand, even at the university level, it makes it very difficult to understand contemporary criminal justice, contemporary nursing, contemporary education, contemporary history. And so, it's key, it's paramount to understanding it. Privilege, I believe, is an excellent place to start a conversation that kind of brings people together and understanding, hey, it's not because I'm Black, it's not because you're Latino, it's not because of whatever, it's really because there are certain advantages that are invisible, to borrow from Peggy McIntosh, that you're carrying in this invisible knapsack, that are awarding you opportunities and benefits and access to public spaces and private spaces, probably more importantly, that you may not even consider and you may not even realize, and you may not even stop to look around to say who's excluded here, who's not here, and why are they not here? And is it just because of a lack of work ethic or laziness or some of the old stereotypes and descriptives that are used for people of color, poor white folks, et cetera? And so it's paramount to bring privilege into the conversation.
Dr. Goldstone, this next question is for you. A viewer wrote, being a Black woman, I understand that we have had plenty of these wake-up calls in attempts to change what we are currently undergoing. Why do you believe our concerns of equality, equity have been disregarded?
That's a really good question.
Hey, see, Mom, we go.
Kamala said,
Can you hear me? I hear Dwight in the background. I think that's a really good question. When I think I want to answer it more, the way I want to think about it is, why is this time seem to be the catalyst that's made people take it more seriously? And I think for the first time, white people and Black people are having a conversation, and white people are actually listening. I think Black people have been having this conversation amongst ourselves for years. As Scott mentioned, when Rodney King happened, we thought that maybe this would be the end, and it wasn't. And I think finally white people are stopping and looking and can no longer turn away to the stories we've been sharing amongst ourselves, and are finally taking the opportunity to learn. I noticed one of the questions is what could Black people do to help white people? And I think white people need to, they need to fix this. And while we're there to help, I don't think this is our burden to fix. Anyway, that was a long answer, so I'm gonna let you ask another question.
Well, Dr. Johnson, can you address this question? One viewer would like to know, how should we talk to white friends and family who minimalize or ignore the racism Black people face? People who believe Black people do not face racism anymore.
There we go. Okay, I would say that sometimes it depends, because it does wear on you. And for instance, there have been certain times during my undergraduate and graduate school experiences where I didn't even go to class during, I remember one time the day after Mike Brown was assassinated, I didn't even go to class because I knew I was gonna, my humanity was gonna overwhelm my professionality at that point, right? And so I think it's incumbent on you to know where you are mentally, spiritually, physically, to be in a good space to even have a conversation like this, because a lot of people take for granted the violence that's associated with racism. This isn't something that we just talk about. This is something that we experience. And so I think it's incumbent on you to know that even if you're in a good space to have that conversation, and if you are, I think one of the best things is to keep it 100, to keep it real. And part of that is not withholding how you feel. It's having a real dialogue, having a real conversation, removing some of the buffers and the things that would protect someone's feelings, and just removing the veneer off this and having an authentic conversation about, this is how I feel, this is how I feel we should move forward. So I think authenticity, truth, and being genuine is incumbent upon these conversations.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks, this question is for you. Can you please give advice to a white professor on how to demonstrate support for an African-American student in class when discussing racial issues without singling the student out or making the person feel even more stigmatized?
Well, I think that it needs to start before the actual conversation happens, right? So it's talking about setting norms in the classroom ahead of time for communication. So I think sometimes we just say, like, okay, now we're going to talk about racism, we're going to talk about this, without having established a culture in our classroom. So I think before you even get to the topic, beginning of the year, throughout all of this conversation, I think you need to develop clear guidelines for communication. You need to show that student in the way that you handle responses to other topics that you're a trustworthy person, that you know how to navigate these types of conversations. And I think if you develop strong interpersonal relationships, and you don't need to necessarily single that person out, because your actions from the beginning all throughout the class will demonstrate, what kind of person you are. So I always tell my students, like whenever in class, I'm like, right now you have no reason to trust me. You have no reason to think that if you say something that I'm going to react in certain ways, but I hope that you see in my actions over the course of this semester the type of person I am, and that it influences the literature that I select, the way that I engage with students. And I think by doing that, you create the groundwork for communication to happen. I think sometimes being like, oh, there is like this Black person in my class, how can I support them, is the wrong way to think about it. It's how do I create an anti-racist environment in which people who are marginalized along different axes can feel comfortable. And in this context, in relationship to Blackness, I'm going to be particularly aware of the needs of this student, right? Thank you. That's such a good question.
Dr. Bowman, this question will be for you. This particular viewer wants to know, what specific unjust policies should we target to change at the university, in the San Marcos community, in Texas, and in the US to slowly dismantle systemic racism? I know that's a big question. Dr. Goldstone, I'd also like for you to respond to it as well. So Dr. Bowman first, and then Dr. Goldstone.
They didn't want to know about the world. I mean, it's the US and Texas, and that is difficult. That is difficult. I think the easy answer, and I'm going to go with the kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs response, and I'm going to say that those policies and practices that are of a life and death nature should be first and foremost. I think policing, which we've talked about quite a bit, the use of force, deadly use of force by police, and the disproportionalities associated should be addressed. The disproportionality of childbirth for African American and Latino women should be addressed immediately. I think anything that has to do with life and death, first and foremost, or the potential or the disproportionate outcomes that are producing death, should be at any level for any group under any circumstances, should be first and foremost. I think once we get to the basic level playing field of everyone has an equal opportunity to live and live abundantly, then we can start talking about other things. But I think anything that's life and death is the starting point. Thank you.
I'm going to agree with Scott on that one. I think about, so the last year I was in Tennessee, I spent one evening a month teaching in a men's prison, and it really helped me to see the inequities, not just inside but outside, and what they would face when they got out. So I agree with Scott that policing, I think I'm starting to be like Angela Davis, and I think we need to just abolish the prison system and find another way to address the laws, and I put that in quotes. I think some people are in prison who have no business being there. So I'm just going to echo what Scott said.
Dr. Johnson, one viewer writes, "It shocks me how much was held from me during my education and how misconceived a lot of my notions about this country were. Seems to me education is such a massive part of this movement. What do you see as the largest roadblock to education reform in this country, with more focus on the non-whitewashed version of American history?"
There is a scholar, Lowenthal, that states that history and social studies disguises itself as what we should learn, but reveals itself as who we should become. And I think in many ways we buffer again, right? We even when it goes back to the question that Dr. Brooks answered earlier with early childhood, Many times we think of something being controversial as being inappropriate for kids, or being age appropriate might be an issue. But I think in many ways, people understand that if children were taught real history, if children were truly educated, what's happening right now would have happened years ago. Because what we're seeing right now is, I believe in many ways, is the veil being sort of removed from many young people who came up with Barack Obama as the president, who were taught that many of the issues of racism were somehow just dismissed after 8 years of being in office, and that was something that was in the past, just like the civil rights was something in the past, just like Jim Crow, just like slavery, right? But in many ways, we're seeing that because of the miseducation, people are lied to. One of the prominent works that I read about, Lies My Teacher Told Me, talks about this, how the curriculum flat out lies about origins and identities and even experiences. So if we are to truly educate the young people that are coming up, I think one of the ways that we can educate each other is to listen to the students' experiences. In many ways, that's something that is totally left out of curriculum. In many ways, it is a one-way road where we tell, it's the banking model that Paulo Freire talks about, right? Where you just deposit information into a kid's mind and they regurgitate it. But many times that education doesn't come the other way, because all of these policies and practices and laws that we are discussing are affecting the youth, but they have very little voice in what they're actually learning. So one thing that I think that is crucial is implementing more student voice in what they are learning, more community voice in what they are learning. One documentary, Precious Knowledge, that covers the ethnic studies in Arizona in the mid-2000s, was talking about how we know that the school is in the community, but is the community in the school? And I think that's an incredible thing to think about when it comes to curriculum.
This final question will be for Dr. Brooks. Dr. Brooks, in your role as Black faculty, how do you balance the need for self-care and challenging the status quo? What would you like to share with faculty who benefit from the status quo?
And that's a really hard question to answer because I'm really bad at self-care. So that's why I'm pausing so long. I think you could say also, I think I want to say, I don't want to attribute the quote to the wrong person, but I think it's Zora Neale Hurston who said, like, I want to say it's Zora Neale Hurston. She said that, like, you know, if you're silent, they'll kill you and say that you liked it or something like that. And so that's kind of my philosophy, is that, like, when I hold what I'm feeling and my experiences or the things that I see happen to other people inside of me, I start, like, it impacts me emotionally and physically. So I have to say something, because I wouldn't feel good knowing that I saw injustice happen, or that I participated in it, or that something was happening to me and I remained silent or complacent just to get by. Like, that's not who I am as a person. And at times that means that I have to, you know, speak out and say things and take that risk, you know, and and because I do that on top of, like, teaching and also doing my research. And then also sometimes, because students know that I'm passionate about things like this, then also students just come to me individually to talk to me about things that they're experiencing, or maybe other faculty members come talk to me too. And so it ends up being, like, it can be a lot of pressure sometimes. And so I think, in thinking about navigating all those, I think what I would like to see from faculty members who are not experienced. So, for example, if you're a non-Black Latino or Latinx person and you see anti-Blackness, to speak on it, right? You know, so, like, and if you are, you know, if you're someone who's Black and not an immigrant, you know, to speak on xenophobia, for you know, cisgender people to speak on stuff that they see happening to trans people. And I think being able to, I think being an accomplice or an ally or whatever is speaking when you get no benefit from it, and not speaking in a way of speaking over or speaking for people, but calling attention to the injustice rather than always having the people in the community who are suffering the injustice have to do it. And then maybe in the background being like, oh, I really agreed with you. You did such a good job. But then in public, never being like, hey, this is wrong and this is unacceptable. Because oftentimes when you speak about your experience being a member of a marginalized group, people will say, oh, well, she just has a chip on her shoulder, or this is why she's upset about these things. There is privilege given to the people who are not dealing with the issue as somehow they can be more objective, which is not true, but that's how it's perceived. And so I think to really sit with the moments that you see injustice and you're silent because it doesn't directly impact you, and then to think about why in that moment you chose to coach yourself in your privilege instead of saying like, hey, this is wrong. And then beyond saying this is wrong, what active steps are you taking to push institutions or people to change? Because I am, like, for example, as someone who's Black, I'm not a part of conversations that white people have amongst themselves, right? And so the only way that like people can push back on stuff like that is in conversations that I'm not a part of, right? And so I think those are the ways that I think about it. Now, self-care, I try, but you know, reality television, a lot of reality television, I guess, is my, my other kind of self-care.
Well, our time is starting to wind down. I think this is a conversation that will need to continue to be an ongoing conversation. I'm so sorry we were not able to get to all of the questions. Just the sheer number of them prevented us from being able to get them. Panelists, I may be reaching out to you for some additional answers. I don't know how we will be able to convey that. I'll work with Dr. Ben and somehow and figure out how we can do that. But thank you to each of you for your wisdom and your insight. As we close out on our time, I just want to thank you very much for your time. I also want to thank the members of the audience who took the time to contribute such thought-provoking questions. At the beginning of our panel today, I opened the panel with a Dr. Du Bois quote. So it's fitting that I also end today's panel and question and answer with a quote from Dr. Du Bois. In his 1905 Niagara Movement speech, Dr. Du Bois said, either the United States will destroy ignorance or ignorance will destroy the United States. Again, let's keep this conversation going, Bobcats. Let's be the leaders that the world needs right now at this moment to destroy ignorance. Thank you very much for spending your time with us today. Back to you, Dr. Ben.
All right, thank you so much to our faculty panel for that very open and candid discussion. So something the panel got me to thinking about is a mantra that the People's Institute asserts, and that is this: racism was created and learned. Therefore, it can be dismantled and unlearned. And additionally, that whole discussion about policy, I think is something that's really important, because policies can be racist and they can be anti-racist. And something that Ibram X. Kendi talks about in his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, is this very issue of policies, right? And he talks about dismantling racism through anti-racist practices, policies, and systems. And so here's something that he says in the book. This is something that he writes in How to Be an Anti-Racist, which I highly recommend. I thought of racism as an inanimate, invisible, immortal system, not as a living, recognizable, mortal disease of cancer cells that we could identify and treat and kill. He goes on to say that separating the overt individual from the covert institutional veils the specific policy choices that cause racial inequities, policies made by specifically policies made by specific people. Covering up the specific policies and policy makers and policies, covering up the specific policies and policy makers as we lash out angrily at the abstract boogeyman of a system. In the way investigators can figure out exactly, and did, figure out exactly who those church bombers were who killed the 4 Black elementary school girls in 1963. He says investigators can figure out exactly what policies cause 500 Black babies to die each year, and exactly what policies cause them and who put those policies in place. And the way people have learned to see racist abuse coming out of the mouths of individual racists, people can learn to see racial inequities emerging from racist policies. All forms of racism are overt if our anti-racist eyes are open to seeing racist policy in racial inequity. All right, and here's a thought. We, Texas State, have the ability and a responsibility to work to co-create with our students, which is something Dr. Johnson reminded us of, to create the kind of racially just society and learning community that they need and that we want to be a part of and to take part in. So Asante, thank you to the committee. I'm sorry, to the panelists. So as we move into our reflective lunch hour, we invite you to grab your lunch and join us as we take this time to contemplate on the experiences of a group of individuals that disproportionately bear a unique burden of the tax that is exacted by racism, and that is Black men in America. So what you will be presented during this reflective lunch session is a montage of videos that highlight some of the experiences of Black men. And I would implore you to allow this session to spark your critical thinking and introspective insights regarding experiences which you may not be intimately familiar or have knowledge of. The montage of films will begin with a new production entitled Dear Bruh, a eulogy, a baptism, a call to action. Dear Bruh was produced by Dr. Yaki Smith, an up-and-coming screenwriter who is Associate Professor of Film and Associate Dean of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the Moody College of Communications at UT Austin. I want to thank Dr. Skylar Walks for connecting me with his work. Asante Sana, thank you very much. Here's something else to consider. These are the experiences of some of your students, your classmates, your colleagues, friends, and family members. So allow your heart to be touched and your call to action to be ignited.
Dear bruh, I miss you more than ever today. I already mourn losing you, but today, for some strange reason, the gravity of your death hit me like a ton of bricks. Almost knocked me over. The knowledge that everything you could have been, that everything God designed you to be, was taken away from you because your very presence made you a threat. The thought of that paralyzed me. The fact that you were executed merely because of the deep, intangible, soul-stirring hatred of your being, because of the fear of your excellence, simply because of the total disregard for your right to live. That really confused and angered me.
I'd probably never tell you this face to face, because that's not how we do. But in some hidden, deep place in my heart, I ached. I ached because I realized that when they killed you, they killed a piece of me too. Your death was not singular. is happening again and again, carried out to remind me of where I stand, of who they perceive me to be, of what will happen if I ever step out of line, if I ever demand to be seen as a human, as equal, as worthy of living in the world. Your last words haunt me. They torment me in my sleeping, in my waking, in my moving through the universe, because they could very well be my last. Why are you following me? It's not real. Why you shoot me? Please don't let me die. I can't breathe. Bruh, let's be real. You weren't perfect, but who is? What boy hasn't gotten into trouble, hadn't lied to get his way, hadn't fought to prove that he wasn't weak? But you were never allowed to be a boy, were you? You were a man from birth, a threat from conception. They said they were scared, that you threatened them, that they feared for their life, that you fit the description. What description? Of a shadow? Of a ghost? Of history written with lightning?
In the news, they call you a demon, a Hulk, a savage beast. That's some bullshit, bro. And they know
The shots in your back as you ran away, the shots in your head as you laid down, the holes in your lifted hands as you pleaded with them to let you go, all that tells a different story. Your blood crying out for the true story.
Tells the true story. But that don't even matter now. You gone, bruh. I wish you were here. Wish you had went to another store. Wish you didn't have that BB gun. Wish you wasn't standing on that corner. Wish you had ran another way. Wish you had stayed home with your girl and celebrated New Year's at the house. But wishing all that is basically me wishing to God that you didn't exist. That I don't exist. Because none of that shit even matters. Sagging, suited, GED, college degree. When you're black, they'll find you anyway.
No more weeping and wailing. No more weeping and no more weeping and wailing. No more weeping and wailing. I'm going home.
Your death has left a big hole in my soul. But it also made me see things in a new way. I understand now that I have to speak up, that I have to use my voice to change things, that I have to let the world know that they can't take us out, that we won't go without a fight, that we will be free by any means necessary, that no matter how we got here, this is our home, and we will live in it.
It's the police. It's the madness that they spark up. This is what they encourage. This is what they provoke. This is what you get out of you taking some love from someone.
I'm terrified at the moral apathy, the death of the heart, which is happening in my country. These people have deluded themselves for so long, they really don't think I'm human. I base this on their conduct, not on what they say. And this means that they have become, in themselves, moral monsters.
I had just finished teaching Introduction to American Politics to a group of eager undergraduates. This was my first year teaching, but I had pulled off a slamming lecture, and I was feeling good about myself. As I left the classroom, I looked down at my phone and saw that I had 5 missed calls from my brother, Kenny. At the time, Kenny was a student at Temple University and living in North Philly. For those who don't know North Philly, it's an area that is predominantly Black and low income with a very visible police presence. When I return his phone call, Kenny is loud and swearing into the phone. I can tell that something very bad happened, but I'm not sure what. When I'm finally able to get him to calm down, he tells me how he was sitting on the stoop of his building talking to a friend when 4 police officers ran up on him and threw him and 3 others on the ground, handcuffed them, and then pushed them up against a wall, all the while asking them, "What drugs do you have? What drugs do you have?" Kenny had no drugs. He told the officers this many times, but each statement of no drugs only seemed to provoke more force and make the officers more upset. As Kenny sat cuffed and slumped against a brick wall, he quietly told the officers that he was a student at Temple University, and without reason, they could not hold him. The officers finally retrieved his college ID, which was in his wallet that had slipped out when he was slammed to the pavement, realized that he was indeed in college without drugs, and then let him go. After Kenny told me the story, he was still loud and upset. I was shaking, barely able to hold the phone to my ear. All of the joy from my great day of teaching gone, and replaced with a deep sense of helplessness and alarm. I wanted to remove the hurt and frustration that Kenny felt, that I could hear so clearly through the phone. But I neither had the will nor the ability to lie to him about the mightiness of American racism. And we both silently knew that this would not be the last time that he would be stopped and frisked by the police for drugs. An attempt to try to calm him down and to shift attention onto something that he perhaps did have control over, I had this genius idea and suggested that he focus his attention on schoolwork to kind of take his mind off of things. He yells into the phone at me, "What is that going to do? Why should I focus on my schoolwork when the police are allowed to do things like this?" And then he says to me, "I'm not a student in your class, Megan. Your books are not going to save me." I silently nodded on the other end of the phone. In a lifetime of often heated exchanges with him, I've probably never been more wrong, and he has never been more right. Kenny is not alone. This violent interaction between Black men and women and police officers plays out in cities and towns across the United States, often with much more devastating results. According to the most recent statistics, Blacks are 3 times more likely to be shot and killed by police than whites. The question on everyone's mind, and the question that I get asked the most, is how do we solve this problem? And I confess I cringe at this question. Not because it's not a good question, but because I think we're asking the wrong question. I'm not convinced we even understand how we got to this point in the first place. Better understanding of the root causes of the current place where we are will help provide us the tools that we need to move us forward. However, even I confess that even I sometimes am more eager to solve a problem than I am to understand it. So a few years ago, I adopted a corgi from a shelter and named him President Bartlett off of the West Wing. Now he's super adorable, but he was abused, and he's very aggressive whenever he sees another dog. My fix in my first year was to walk him at crazy hours of the day, but this worked only marginally well, and I was stressed and tired. The following year, I decided to hire a trainer to try to figure out the underlying issues behind his reactive behavior. On the first day of our meeting, the trainer looks at me and says, fixes that do not address the root causes of an issue are not really fixes at all. I realized that in my haste to fix President Bartlett, I actually had made him worse. The present crisis surrounding race in the United States, I think, suffers from a lack of attention to the root causes. Better attention to the root causes, I am convinced, will help us to figure out how to move past where we are right now in terms of the current racial climate in the United States. So why does the killing of unarmed Blacks continue to happen? I think it continues to happen because we have the wrong diagnosis and the wrong cure. And what I mean by this is we tend to think the problem of racial violence is isolated to a few stubborn racists, right, that haven't yet drunk kind of this progressive Kool-Aid. And we tend to think the cure to racial injustices in the United States should always revolve around education. In the rest of my talk today, I'm going to challenge both of these ideas and suggest a new way to understand the problem as well as the solution. First, part of the reason the killing of unarmed Blacks continues to happen at an alarming rate is because we haven't properly addressed our long history of racial terror in this country, which has treated Blackness as a proxy for criminality, as a substitute for criminality. Instead, when confronted with kind of these jarring racial injustices, what we like to do is to point to the bad racist apples. We like to individualize the problem and situate it away from us. This is why we're able to make sense of, let's say, a Dylan Roof, the shooter in Charleston, South Carolina, who shot up the Black church and had a white power manifesto. But the problem of contemporary racial violence is not that we have a few kind of racist bad apples. The problem is that the whole tree, the whole apple tree is infected. The problem is that the presumption of dangerousness is tightly bound to race for so many in this country. For police officers to justify the use of deadly force, they have to reasonably believe that their lives are in danger. In all the high-profile killings of Blacks over the past year, officers attest to feeling under threat. But what does this mean in the context of unarmed citizens? It means that Black skin triggers a heightened sense of threat, a life-threatening sense of threat, that then influences the officer's decision to use deadly force. According to the most recent statistics, 33% of Blacks that have been killed by police were unarmed. But it's not just police that prop up this myth of Black danger. This myth gets reinforced and takes on a truth-like quality through everyday interaction. when a black man passes and a woman clutches her purse, or when a group of black friends walk by a car and hear the jarring sound of someone who has just pushed their automatic locks because they are afraid. And I have friends on both sides of this, black men with great jobs who just want to be viewed as a person and not as a threat after a long day of work. And I have really great white and Asian women friends who clutch their purse and walk quickly if they see a black man on a dimly lit street, and then feel ashamed and a need to over-explain their actions to me. And I've also been on the receiving end of having who I was reduced to someone else's false perception of how much of a danger I posed. Last year I was coming back from a trip, and I was singled out by the TSA agent. I thought that I had left a water bottle like I often do in my bag, but he ushered me to a separate area, and then 2 more TSA agents surrounded me, and I knew in my gut that something bad was about to go down. The lead TSA agent proceeds to accuse me of bringing a weapon into the airport. When I insisted that I did not bring a weapon into the airport, he produces a piece of costume jewelry, a double ring that I had picked up for $4 on vacation. It was like his gotcha moment, and it was my super confused moment. He then accuses me of bringing brass knuckles, a deadly weapon, into a United States airport. I was almost at a loss of words, which is rare for someone like me, but I politely pointed out to him that the ring was plastic, it wasn't brass, and these weren't knuckles, it was just a ring that went over 2 fingers instead of 1 finger. But have you ever talked to someone and felt like you didn't exist? Like when they spoke to you, they spoke right through you. Well, that's how I felt. He got more angry at my explanations, looked me in my face and said, "You people always lie. I know that this is a weapon, and I'm not going to let someone dangerous like you board a plane today." Well, I started to shake, right? Because we've all seen this movie about the brown girl who walks into the airport with a deadly weapon, and it never really ends well for her. It doesn't. It never does. So I had to do what I hate doing, and I used my credentials to get me out of a bad situation. I told him that I was a professor of constitutional law and American politics. Right? Right. Yeah. So I told him I cited U.S. Criminal Code, landmark Supreme Court decisions, and rules from the Homeland Security Rulebook because I also teach civil liberties. And then he started to get very nervous. He asked what school I worked at. I told him he Googled my name and the blood drained from his face, right? As he realized I wasn't making this up, I knew my rights and I was a college professor. And then when he looked back at me, he finally saw me, not as a dangerous threat, but as a person. After a few more minutes, he let me go to catch my much delayed flight. I found a seat in the airport terminal, still trembling with rage at the way that I had been treated. I was only seated for a few minutes when I felt a tap on my shoulder. A woman airport worker said that she saw my whole ordeal and that he does this all the time to Black passengers, and I was lucky to have been released from his custody so quickly. But it shouldn't take a university website profile to be viewed as non-threatening, right? Like it just... Part of the reason I share this story and some of the other ones is that I think in talking about the current racial crisis, we tend to focus all of our attention on police and overlook our own complicity in creating an environment in which Black lives are not treated as equal. To be clear in thinking about solutions to the racial violence, I'm in favor of body cameras. I'm in favor of a non-militarized police force. I'm in favor of stricter laws that make police officers more accountable when they stop and frisk people on the street. But I'm not convinced that we would need something like body cameras if we didn't live in a society that treated Blacks as dangerous and suspicious first and as citizens second. It's not just a few bad racist apples in a police department or at an airport. It's all of us who in big ways through our actions And in small ways, by our silences, support this lie, because that's what it is, right? The lie that somehow Black folk are just more dangerous than the rest of us. So not only do I believe that we've misdiagnosed the problem, I also think we have the wrong cure to it. We keep offering up education as a solution to all racial injustices in the United States. It's kind of what I call sometimes in my classes as the Robitussin of civil rights. Like when I was little, my mom loved Robitussin. She would give me it. I got a cold, Robitussin, flu, Robitussin, right? Like allergies, like Robitussin. Like where's the Benadryl? But just like Robitussin is not a cure-all for all types of sicknesses, education is not a cure-all for all of America's racial sins. And yet, education is still how most Americans understand their responsibility to fixing contemporary racial injustices. Our measure of how far we have come in the area of race relations is most often calculated in how integrated our schools are, how many innovative education experiments are currently going on, and how many federal dollars are committed towards education. But the problem, the contemporary problem surrounding the killing of unarmed Blacks is not a problem that boils down to providing greater educational opportunities to Blacks. This is a misdiagnosis. A book is not going to stop the bullet barreling through a gun at Rekia Boyd in Chicago. And longer classroom times are not going to save Freddie Gray from being illegally stopped and then manhandled by police in Baltimore. This is what I know for sure. That in order to combat continuing racial injustices today, we must expand our vision and our responsibility to what civil rights actually means. We must include the battle against racist violence in our understanding of civil rights. Instead of education, what if we place freedom from racist violence at the crux of what it means to be free and equal in the United States? Doing so does not mean that we necessarily dislodge education, but it means that if racism and white supremacy are a rock fortress, that we assemble a greater arsenal of weapons to break the damn thing down. Now, I know this is not an easy task, but I know that it can be done. So in my real life, I'm a political scientist and a historian, and I've spent the last 10 years focused on a surprising finding. That before the civil rights group, the NAACP, focused on its historic campaign against segregated education, the NAACP spent the first 2 decades of the 20th century focused on fighting escalating levels of racial violence that Blacks endured as a result of the actions from police, politicians, and private white citizens in the South and in the North. In order to wage this big campaign against racial violence, the NAACP organized mass demonstrations in the streets. They lobbied Congress to pass an anti-lynching bill. They litigated and won a landmark decision in front of the Supreme Court. And they petitioned 3 different presidents to make a statement against lynching. It was this massive, extraordinary, in-your-face campaign that forced America to confront lynchings and mob violence against African Americans. It asked America how strong was its commitment to protecting Black lives. As a result of this work in the early 20th century, the rates of lynching and mob violence dramatically decreased. I tell this story about the NAACP's historic kind of campaign against racial violence because I believe our past history can light a way out of the present darkness. If we listen to what this history tells us, then we must struggle through this current moment. We must confront the ways that our actions and our institutions lead to a differential treatment of Blacks, even if done unintentionally. Today, people across the United States are taking to streets and are demanding to be seen. Not as dangerous, but as people whose lives have value and deserve protection. Some of these groups are associated directly and some indirectly with the Black Lives Matter movement. Without the efforts of these groups, so many of these killings of unarmed Blacks would have been swept under the rug, and we would have lost attention long ago. But so many of these activists have denied the comforts of silence, and they are being active around this issue. Their message and my message to you today is that we must pay closer attention to the way that Black people are treated. The stories of police brutality and killings of unarmed Blacks is not a story about Black people. It's a story about all of us, about racial progress and the stubborn durability of American racism. It's about if we will stop making the mistakes of our past and confront our own complicity in this great American lie that somehow Black people are more dangerous than others. And finally, it's about if we have the courage to take a collective stand against racial injustice today. This year, nearly half of my students in my Race and Politics Upper Division course participated in a walkout in support of the Black Lives Matter movement. Halfway through my lecture, I could hear the swelling crowd of students, teachers, and community members in the quad at the University of Washington. I smiled to myself as I had a flashback to the conversation that I had with Kenny now 5 years ago. He was right, of course. My books and my silence will not save these students, but their activism, their courage in challenging the status quo, and this movement just might. Thanks.
Welcome to the first of hopefully many episodes of Uncomfortable Conversations with the Black Man. In the midst of all this chaos in our world, so many of y'all have reached out to me, and by y'all, I mean white people, have reached out to me asking, how can I help? How can I join in? How can I stand with you? So I've created this for you because in order to stand with us and people that look like me, you have to be educated on issues that pertain to me and fully educated so that you can feel the full level of pain, so that you can have full understanding. I fervently believe that if the white person is your problem, only the white person can be your solution. And so this is made for you, my white brothers and sisters, to increase your level of understanding so that you can increase your level of compassion and lead ultimately to change. So consider this a safe space to answer so many questions that I've seen from y'all. The first question I've seen a lot of, Emmanuel, why are y'all rioting? I understand protesting, but why riot? And to that I submit this. MLK said that rioting is the language of the unheard. For years, Black people have tried peacefully protesting, going back to 1965 and before with the Selma March, and that didn't work. And then in 2016, Colin Kaepernick, he took a knee, and that agenda got moved to a flag, which was never the goal. He just wanted to raise awareness on social injustice. So that didn't work. And so now we've seen riots because Black people and hurt people are trying to get the attention of the oppressor. They're trying to raise awareness of the oppression. I was biking around Lake Austin the other day, and there was a white girl about 15 meters ahead of me. And as I'm on my bike, I say to her, on your left, because I want to notify her I'm coming so that she can change her course of action. I get 10 meters away and I increase my voice, on your left, because she had yet to move. I get 5 meters away and she's still there, and I say, on your left, because I realize if she doesn't change her course of action, there will be a collision. And as I approach her, I yell, on your left, and we collide. My goal was never to hit her, but because she had her headphones in, she didn't hear me, and so she didn't change her course of action. I believe that that's the same thing Black people are doing now. 1960s, we're yelling, we're oppressed, but the course of action wasn't changed. And so we again yell, we're oppressed, but the course of action wasn't changed. And so again we yell, we're oppressed. And now you see the collision that's occurred in America. So while I don't condone rioting, and I'm sure you don't either, because for the most part, Black people and others that are looting and rioting destructively, they're burning down their own homes. But when you think about the 5 different stages of grief, you come up to one stage, which is called anger. And sometimes emotions, they don't know their actions. I remember my mom, when I was a child, she lost her sister, and I just remember her yelling and screaming. And I come outside my room and I see my mom throwing herself into a wall, and I'm wondering what happened. And my dad tells me that my mom's sister had died. Thinking back on that, throwing yourself into a wall, it's not going to change anything. You're actually harming yourself. But sometimes pain and hurt, it doesn't know how to express itself. You know, another question I get from my white friends, they ask me, why do you think white privilege exists? And I say this, if you and I were in a race And the official at the start line, they held me back for the first 200 meters. And you had a 200-meter then head start. The only way to level out that race is to either stop you from running or put me on a golf cart and catch you up and catch myself up. Well, you see, what we've done in America is we've simply said, okay, Emmanuel, you're now free to run. And we've acted as if it's a fair race, when in all honesty, Black people were held back for hundreds of years. And so within the late 1960s, we say, okay, Black people, you can go now. That's not a fair race. LBJ, he said it best when he said, you can't shackle and chain someone for hundreds of years, liberate them to freely compete with the rest, and still justly believe that you've been fair. So white privilege is, it's having a head start due to hundreds and hundreds of years of systematic and systemic racism. It's having a head start intrinsically built into your life. It's not saying your life hasn't been hard, but what it's saying is your skin color hasn't contributed to the difficulty in your life. I live in an affluent neighborhood in Austin, Texas, and if I ever go to my mailbox and I see a white woman walking up to the mailbox, I consciously sit in my car because I don't want her to feel like I'm a threat. If I'm on an elevator with a white person, I try to hit the button first and get off the elevator first because I don't want them to perceive me as a threat, because I realize at any point in time, whiteness can be weaponized. We saw that this past week. Amy Cooper, Central Park, the woman who called the cops on a Black man who wanted her to leash her dog because it was illegal to walk your dog without a leash. And she used two words that are a death sentence for Black people. When she called the cops, she said, there's a Black man who's threatening my life. Both of those things, as far as when you compile them together, were a lie, because that Black man, he was a bird watcher. And while so many people saw that incident and they were heartbroken, I, as a Black man, saw that incident and was reminded of 1955, Emmett Till, 14-year-old boy who was lynched, mutilated, and killed by two white men because a white woman made a false claim saying that he flirted with her. In 2017, that white woman recanted that story. In 1956, the two white men that killed him, they got off. And they admitted that they did it because they knew they couldn't be charged again due to double jeopardy. That, to me, is white privilege. The ability to weaponize your whiteness and the ability to live life unconsciously. Because I, as a Black man, have to calculate every move I make the second I walk outside my house. Another question I get that I'm sure several of y'all have thought, if not your kids have, how come Black people can say the N-word, but we can't? I had to do some research on that to educate myself a little bit further. The N-word is synonymous with oppression, execution, and subordination. Black people were so long treated and viewed as no more than the slave to a master. We were viewed as dirt, and that word is synonymous with that. So there is a visceral reaction whenever we hear that word coming out of someone whose complexion is white that reminds us of the pain of our ancestors. Black people took something that was meant and originally used as evil, and we turned it into a term of endearment. So white people, I submit that you can't, shouldn't, and nor should you ever have a desire to say that word, whether quoting a rap song, a movie, or anything. Because remember, that word is truly synonymous with hatred. The abolitionist Frederick Douglass, he wrote when talking about his master that reading and learning would spoil an N-word. Because remember, Black people are nothing more than a slave to their master. And when you think about, well, then why should Black people saying it? And if I can't say it, then you should neither, Black person. We've been oppressed for so long, our rights have for so long been limited, that for you to now try to again limit our speech, it's painful. So that's why, in a nutshell, in a few minutes and seconds, why you can't say the N-word. Another question I've gotten so often, how come Black people care more about white on Black crime than Black on Black crime? It's not that we don't care about Black on Black crime, but let me propose this. When a Black person commits a crime, they go to jail. When a white person commits a crime, they get off, and hopefully they even get arrested. Ahmaud Arbery, the Black man that was chased and gunned down by two white men in Georgia. It took us 2 months to arrest those perpetrators. And the only reason we did? Because we saw the video. Imagine if camera phones didn't exist. Black on Black crime is an issue, but if you do the research, high violent crimes are all interracial. Blacks kill Blacks, whites kill whites, Hispanics kill Hispanics. So it's not that we don't care, but it's the same issue as why y'all saying Black Lives Matter when all lives matter. We understand all lives matter, But right now, Black people are dying at the hands of white people, and I can't change that. Only you, my white friends, y'all can change that. So if you want to know how can you help, how can you stand with us, how can you stand with me, you must first educate yourself so you know exactly what you're standing for and why you're standing. Because the only way we can solve this issue is through exposure, through education, through compassion, and through love. Thank y'all for tuning in to the first of hopefully many episodes of Uncomfortable Conversations with the Black Man. Consider this a safe space to educate yourself and help me help you by leading your questions and sharing this with you. Because while you might think you're not ignorant, someone you know and someone you love, they may be.
George Floyd repeatedly told the officers that he could not breathe after an officer knelt on his neck. The family of George Floyd held a memorial in his memory.
My brother's gone, but the Floyd name still lives on.
George Floyd, you are gone but not forgotten. Because of you, we've come together. This is for George Floyd. To march. To dance. To kneel. To be quiet. We're saying your name. We're saying their names. We're being loud. Hands up! Hands up! We're being brave. We're laughing. We're crying. We're getting engaged. We're getting married. We're changing the world.
We soldiers, man. Let's stop hurting each other and let's get it right, man. Today is the day we're gonna stand up for our community, man. Yeah, we can do this, we can do more. We just gotta continue on pushing and don't give up. What?
Welcome back. Was that not powerful and moving? I hope that you were able to take some time to nourish your bodies, but also your spirits and minds, and that you were able to gain some new insights on the complexities of what it means to be a Black man in America. All of the trauma and resilience, the pain and the strength, the beauty of who Black men are, despite their experiences in the US. And though Black women have their own intersectional experience, today we focused on Black men. But here's the thing. Black women have always been agents, actors, backbones of justice movements, though they have not always gotten the same iconic face time as men. Why? Well, that's a whole different topic. Yeah, patriarchy, but we're not going into that. So before we move into the next session, I want to take the time to highlight, however, three women, Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and Opal Tometi. Here's what one of our Texas State doctoral students, Destiny McKinney, said about these three women. She said they were impregnated with a truth that accelerated the labor that birthed a movement ripe for these contemporary times called Black Lives Matter. These three women began that movement with a hashtag after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the shooting death of 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. And that hashtag picked up momentum following the 2014 deaths of two more young Black men, Michael Brown of Ferguson and Eric Garner of New York City. Since the Ferguson protests, Garza, Cullors, and Tometi began a hashtag that insisted that because Black lives had been so undervalued and marginalized, that their social media call to justice had to be insistent that Black lives did matter. So here's what you need to know about the BLM movement, which is a transracial, intersectional, intergenerational, and immigrant, racially, radically inclusive movement. And that it is dedicated to nonviolent civil disobedience in protest to incidents of police brutality on African descended people. An organization known simply as Black Lives Matter exists as a decentralized network of chapters worldwide consisting of various separate like-minded organizations such as Dream Defenders and Assata's Daughters. The broader movement and its related organizations typically advocate against police violence towards Black people, as well as for various other policy changes considered to be related to Black liberation. So a shout out to the three founding women of the movement Black Lives Matters, and to a generation who continues to keep the kindling wood burning. Now, we're going to take some time to consider what it's like to be a Black student here at our very own Texas State University. This afternoon, we will hear from a group of student leaders who have made time in their daily lives and schedules to join us and candidly share their experiences within life and the academy. As students attending a majority minority university, which is also an HSI, these leaders represent a small portion of the 54% of students of color and the 12% of Black students attending Texas State University. They have joined us today to share with courage and conviction their truths about the issue of racism, as well as that which has sparked their involvement in their generation's struggle and fight regarding racial justice. They are our future. So to help us engage and reflect upon all that it has taken, including lives lost, for us to more deeply contemplate, interrogate, and challenge our understanding of the causes of the inequitable experiences that exist within our collective humanity, we have convened a panel of Texas State student leaders to discuss some of these issues from their perspectives as students. Our panel will be moderated by Dr. Dana Fitzpatrick, a native of the Windy City, Chicago. Dr. Fitzpatrick received her PhD in adult professional community education here at Texas State University and is on the staff team for student diversity and inclusion. She has over 20 years of experience in education. She is a member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Dr. Fitzpatrick will introduce our Outstanding Student Leaders panel. Dr. Fitzpatrick.
Good afternoon and happy Juneteenth. While we're in the room with each other, I assure you that proper social distancing protocols are in place. All of us have worn masks right up until the time we were seated, and we were at least 6 feet apart from each other. So today I'm honored to sit among this group of students who represent only a portion of Black excellence here at Texas State. I want to stress that while these students are actively involved with several different organizations, they're not speaking on behalf of any of those organizations today. They're here to share their truth and their experiences. In the room, we have Dizzy Harrison, a junior who is a political science major with a minor in art. Brianna Miller, a senior and a psychology major. Corey Bimbo, a graduate student in public administration. And Kathy Jean Varlick, a graduate student in the Student Affairs and Higher Education program. I also want to invite those of you who are watching at home to submit questions as well, and hopefully we can incorporate those into the conversation here. Earlier this morning on the faculty and staff panel, Dr. Fleming shared a quote from James Baldwin that came from a radio interview in 1961, where in regards to racism said that it is a complex thing that can't be made simple. You simply have to try to deal with it in all its complexity and hope to get that complexity across. And in 1967, Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech entitled, 11 months before Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, in a recorded interview with NBC, he referenced James Baldwin, who said, "What advantage is there into being integrated into a burning house?" He goes on to say, "I feel that there is a need for a revolution of values in America because some of the values that presently exist are certainly out of line with the values and idealistic structure that brought our nation into being." Now here we are many years later, and we're still challenged by and struggling with the issue of race in 2020. So the first question for our panel is, why are we still struggling with the issue of race after all these years?
We're still struggling with race because we haven't addressed it in the first place. I mean, you know, we had last year a beautiful expose, the 1619 Project written, and even in reading that, I learned so much that was never taught to me in schools, that my family didn't even know. And because we have not educated ourselves on the impact of slavery and the systems that were created out of it to oppress people of color, then we can't move forward and create solutions. So of course we're still going to struggle with something if we haven't acknowledged the problem.
And I think piggybacking on that, I think that, you know, racism is so deeply ingrained in the American culture. It's also ingrained in the American culture to act like things don't exist or to just simply move past them, to say, you know, those times are different now and we shouldn't even acknowledge those times, just move on, life's better, you know, be glad that you have a small seat at the table, don't ask for anything larger. And I think that, you know, we are in these systems that continue to exist systemically, and our people are oppressed, depressed, and suppressed, and we are not moving past that in action. You know, everybody talks about let's do this, let's do that, but there's no action surrounding it. And if we don't address the issue head on, we don't talk about race. You know, that's not something you talk about, right? We don't talk about race very much. We talk about everything else, but when we talk about race, it's just as bad as talking about politics or religion. We stay away from that, you know, and so that is I think some of the issues with where we're at.
I'd say that race on its own is not the issue. It's perpetuated over time and it has evolved because of the history of slavery and colonialism. And like Brianna just said, and just like Corey just said, we really have not really learned our lessons from the past. We just swept them under the rug and kept it going. And people don't really know our global history because of that. We tend to be focused US centric in our learning and the learning that we give to students here. And because of that, there's a lot of global repercussions, a lot of things that affect brown and black people, people of color in general, that roots from racism. So you have things like colorism, prejudice, biases, discrimination, self-hate, all of that comes from racism. And each of us are almost serving as agents, in a sense, when we engage in these different branches that come from racism. And even though some of the people who came up with the ideas back then are like long and dead or whatever, and they got their benefits, there's still people who are benefiting till this day, but won't acknowledge that they're benefiting it because of cognitive dissonance, or, you know, because of the perspective that they have as to, you know, I'm gonna be okay with it because it approves my biases and things like that. So they just kind of go over it. And we just hurt each other every single time. Especially, I'm gonna go towards the white people. We do hurt every single person. It's not necessarily McDonald's who's going around killing every black person. It's your everyday person who's going around killing each other because of these biases, because of these branches of racism that we have bought into. And Maya Angelou, because this is all about hate, the root of it is just hate. Maya Angelou, she said, hate, it has caused a lot of problems in the world, but has not solved one yet. And I believe until we silence or get rid of the hate and learn to love, listen, and work, we will forever have this problem.
And just to piggyback off of my other panelists, white people specifically, and racist period, they hate being called racist more than racism. Racism is seen as, they don't understand it. It's seen as heritage. It's seen as a cultural theme, especially like with the Confederate flag and the Confederacy period. Instead of, it's still debatable whether it was about slavery or not. And it shouldn't be. It was about slavery. It wasn't about states' rights. It wasn't about, what is it? You can't tread on me. It's my individual. No, it's, you wanted to have slaves when you shouldn't. So I think that's also a big issue, is that we're still debating whether Black lives matter. Right. It's not Black lives matter. Now help us change the systems that oppress them. No, it's, are you sure? When it shouldn't be debatable. And yeah.
I also will just add, I think for a long period of time, as individuals and as people of color, and most certainly Black people, without the internet or without technology, these injustices were not as broadcast in a way. And so I think, you know, we're seeing this activism, this engagement, and these protests and things taking place now. But for a long period of time, when you didn't have that window where social media was not so easily accessible, you didn't see this type of activism taking place and taking hold. And so that's where I think it's very important to understand that this racism, or the racist behavior of people, has just always existed, but it hadn't been highlighted until most certainly recently. And so that is why, you know, it's not that we're saying we want this, we want these things, because, you know, we just woke up one day and said, you know, life's not as great as it could be. It was that we could actually see it in real time. Right. And so we actually understand exactly what's going on and how it's happening and how it's playing out all over America. And so I think that that's kind of where we're at in dealing with racism right now, and in this country. So
I want to acknowledge, we had a student due to schedule conflicts, but she is joining us now. Her name is Tariante Norman, who's a junior and a political science major with a minor in art. Yeah.
Oh, I read yours wrong.
Yeah.
I apologize. Dizzy is a sophomore who is a dual major in anthropology and international studies. My apologies. She didn't even correct me. She's so polite. She's like,
Call her out.
I'm a political science major today.
I know, I'm talking about we need to be direct and intentional, and I was afraid to correct her.
My apologies. Our question, Tay, we were talking about why is it that we're still struggling with the issue of race. One of the things that panelists brought up, it came up repeatedly, is that too often we just sweep race under the rug, that we haven't really confronted it. And so I guess I'm wondering then, why do you think that that's so? And that's to anyone who wants to answer. Why have we been so quick to just sweep it under the rug? Why don't we confront it?
Well, I think that the truth of the matter is that past is very painful. It's very painful to acknowledge. It's very painful to digest and take in. And I think for people, most certainly for people that whose ancestors were not enslaved and did not have that same pain, it's easier to act like it didn't exist because you're at a place where you think everybody, you know, there's this kumbaya moment where everybody is just getting along so great. And if we talk about this other thing that happened in the past, then maybe that will, you know, embolden or spark something in people that we're not comfortable with. And so I think that that's some of it. But again, it goes back to the level of activism and activism being front and center. Again, has I think because as the technology advanced, that we're able to really engage more and grasp more and record things more and have things out there front and center to where before it was easy to say, you know, if I choke this man over here, those over there, they ain't gonna know, so I'm just gonna do it, you know?
I agree with Corey. It's hard for them, for us to have those conversations or to act like it doesn't exist and sweep it under the rug because it does hurt, and it hurts many people, all people. And I think it's also because, I'm just gonna add on to what you said, Corey, I think it's also because, think about this, when somebody comes over your house and your house is not ready at all, you just put everything under so that it can appear like you're ready because you have a image that you want to uphold. And I feel like, at least here in the United States, there's this image that we want to uphold, this image of opportunity, freedom, which is not necessarily true. So we sweep all of our problems underneath, even though they start growing out and stuff like that. We sweep all of it underneath so that to the world, we look inviting, we look like the place to be, we look like the #1 place here, when really it's not true. I mean, think about it. When Nazi Germany, when they were holding Jews and they were hurting Jews and things like that, the US took forever to come in, mainly because we knew we had a whole bunch of mess and our mess was just seen on TV. Who are we to try to tell these Nazi people what to do when we have a whole bunch of mess and we're mistreating people? So it's the same thing. We're putting things under the rug because we want to uphold an image.
Yeah, and I also feel like it's because like we've just been comfortable, well, not we, but we're just so like, the country is so comfortable with racism as it is. And it's like, it's uncomfortable because it consists of something that's like cruel. It's like cruel behavior. Like nobody wants to talk about all the bad stuff they do. I agree with that when she said that. And let me see, sorry. It's a topic that is going to be uncomfortable because it's about human rights and it's about equality. So like when you're dealing with stuff like that, when you're talking about literally people being lynched, people being killed by police officers, people like just brands like franchises like Aunt Jemima, stuff like that. Like it's just really hard to talk about stuff like, I can see why it's hard for them to talk about stuff like that, but at this point it's like we have to talk about it. It has to be talked about. Like we're uncomfortable. Everybody's uncomfortable right now, so it's either we talk about it and we fix it or we leave it where it's at. And I really don't want to leave it where it's at. I really want to fix it. So I'm just
Just
point. It's really just, I'm tired of talking. Like really.
Just to piggyback, also for like pride and also being set in your ways. like, oh, this is how it's been. We've done this for so long, and the world hasn't ended, so it's okay, and it's not. Like, people are being hurt. We shouldn't have to be talking about it. We should be way past the talking stage. This is the action stage. But the fact that people are so set, the fact that they are so embarrassed or prideful or not even realizing the situation we're just stuck.
And it's crazy because like when we start doing protests and stuff, you see what has happened because we did this protest. We have Breonna's Law now. We have them changing certain franchises because of the things that because of the historical background behind it. Like if we just get out here and we really do what we're supposed to do, like it's crazy how fast that it could happen because of how fast that Breonna's Law has happened because of all these protests and stuff. So I'm just really proud of like our generation for really just sticking through it and really like holding down to like what's right, which is equality at this time and really getting people to be together in Black Lives Matter.
You all have definitely picked up the charge and make people like me super proud of you. Dizzy, I think you brought up a great point in saying the whole adage, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But it is broke. So, and speaking of that shattering, as Tay just put it, how has the issue of racism affected you personally or even professionally? You can actually speak on it. Say you don't have to. She made a face. Like you can.
Yeah, let it out.
I'm a military child, so I had to move around a lot, and like I usually went to private schools, and like I went to schools with predominantly white people, so like I've encountered a lot of racism. One time, I remember my friend, she got in this play, and she's a Black girl. It was only me and her. She was the only Black girl. Me and her were the only Black girls, and she got in this play. She got the part of this a Black part, and this girl called her the N-word, and like they didn't do anything about it. We told them. It was really crazy. And then I remember one time I was driving with my uncle, and there was this lady. She had parked in the spot before us, and my dad had rolled down the window. My uncle was like, "Hey, we're gonna take that spot." And then she called him the N-word, and he turned back around and he gave her a few words, and and then just being in high school, like in Alaska, was really hard for me because it was only like 50 Black kids, and I just deal with a lot of like racism, basically not every day, but like people just didn't understand what it felt like to be Black. Like I had this one white kid, and he just said the N-word, and like they let him say it, and I was just like, what's going on here? Like, what are y'all doing? No. So I had to keep telling him until he knew like it's not right to say that stuff. And my teacher, one time she was teaching a class, and she was teaching about civil rights era, and she said the N-word, and she was explaining like a topic, but to me, you could just say N-word. You don't have to say the actual word. So I was like, no ma'am. So I talked to her after class, and she continued to say it the next day. So then I went to the principal, and I spoke to him about it, and he didn't really care. So then I had to go to like a higher board education, and they didn't really do anything about it. So it was just like, whatever.
Hey, there was a university professor here at Texas State who used the N-word in class.
No.
And when we as a cohort confronted this professor, the justification was that another Black professional told her that in that context, it was all right.
No.
Well, you know, cones is everywhere.
May I speak?
This is a conversation, yeah.
Okay, so I'm biracial. My mother's white and my father is Black. And growing up, I wasn't as aware as I am now. I was raised with my mom as a kid, and we lived in Southwest Ailey, SWAT. For anybody, that's my hood. That's my heart. I love SWAT. It was not. It's not that. It's pretty bad out there. It can get pretty bad out there. But there's a community, right? And I was raised with my mom, and my father's not in my life, but her boyfriend at the time, and I was with his family, and I was just treated as like another daughter, right? And in A-Leaf, the schools are really diverse, and so it's pretty good. I didn't really notice an issue until I got to about my high school year, and my high school years, and I moved in with my grandmother on my mom's side. Now that is a complete culture shock. It's white faces everywhere, and my mother's side of the family, save my mother and a few people, are extremely racist, and very prejudiced or biased, like their degrees, but it's really wrong over there. And they would say and do anything. Like an example is, there's like this nut. It's like I don't know, and it has a real name, but they're used to calling it the N-word nut, or toe, excuse me. The N-word toe is what it's what that society calls it. I don't know what the real name of it is, but
the Brazilian nut?
It's a Brazil nut.
Thank you, the Brazil nut. Okay, so my grandmother had these one day, I don't know why, and just clear as day, it's black faces are not unknown to my family. My mother has always had Black significant others. My stepfather's been in my life since I was 12. I love him. He's the love of my life and my mother's. And he's always been around, and he is such a strong man for being around this family. And my sister as well, she's Black. But we were at the dinner table, my mom, my dad, and my sister, and just bold-facedly just says this name out. And I guess they didn't, you know how these conversations are hard to have, right? And so you could see on his face, my dad's face, it just broke him, it hurt him, but he didn't say anything. And I was too young to realize, and I didn't say anything either. And to this day, I regret not saying anything. So I made it a habit to make this family very uncomfortable on any holiday. And my lease is ending. A few days in July, and I have to go back. And yeah, let's just say we're gonna have a lot of uncomfortable conversations, and because it's not okay to say things like that. And they think, oh, it's just a name. That's where I brought up. We're so used to it. My grandmother's like 60, but I don't care. You're gonna get checked every single time. But yeah, sorry, that was a long
No,
story.
it's perfectly fine, because everyone has different experiences, that they've personally endured.
I just want to touch on the N-word subject real quick. I mean, I think that, for that Black professor to tell that white professor that it was okay to use the N-word in those contexts, I mean, she probably still shouldn't have used the N-word. The thing is, I get that we're in academia and people are, you have to be sensitive to the subject matter, but you have to understand that the pain and the angst that came with that word and what that meant for our ancestors, that particular word. And so I think that, to even use in an educational context by a white person is just not appropriate. But, my family is from the South Carolina. And of course I am here in Texas, and my mother is here in Texas, and we've been in Texas. But, Texas is definitely country in parts, mostly country, a few cities in there, right? And so we lived in Bangs, Texas. And so that's 9 miles outside of Brownwood, West Texas. And so I played sports. We were playing football, and we went to a town called Hyco. Mind you, very racist town. But the students spit on us as we played them in football. And at the time, I'm a kid. I'm young. I'm just kind of like, well, whatever. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't really care that much about it because I was with my group of friends from another city, and I knew that we were just playing them in football. However, I look back on those different things and the experiences that I had there. They even had a coffee place named the Coffee Cup Cafe, but they spelled everything with K's, big K's. And then we were in another town, a Comanche, that had a hanging tree. And they had the rope there, and they kept the hanging tree there because they said it was significant because Indians ran into the tree and hid, or some excuse that they were given, but they would, you niggas better get uptown before nightfall.
Sundown towns.
And so, those are the experience that I had as a kid growing up. However, I mean, even, as an adult, you have to calculate how you move in society, what you're going to do, be mindful of what you're wearing, worry about if you're passing a cop, if they're going to pull you over, worry about the interactions that are going to happen with the cop after they pull you over. I was pulled over one day, and a police officer said, well, I smell marijuana. Well, I said, you can't smell marijuana because I don't smoke. I mean, you can smell it if I smoke, that would be a good excuse, but he wanted to search the car. Fine. And I believe maybe he thought a black person shouldn't be driving that car. I don't know. So he said he smelled marijuana, and he pulled me out of the car, and immediately we're in this interaction, and he says, well, put your hands behind your back. And I said, well, if you're going to search the car, I don't need to put my hands behind my back because you're just going to search the car. I can just sit here. Well, I was talking back, and so there was a white female cop, and she comes, and she immediately, she's ready to get aggressive. So she puts me in handcuffs, they put me in the police car, and so during this time, they're searching the car. And so they come back, and he says, well, there's nothing there, blase, blase. I was speeding, which is fine. I was going 55 and a 35. He could have gave me a speeding ticket, which he should have. I was breaking the law. And he gave me a warning instead, and let me go. So I asked them for the dash camera afterwards, just because I'm nosy and I'd like to see. But as soon as they get me in the car, that officer's asking that other officer, do you have PC? That means, do you have probable cause? He said, no, I thought you had probable cause. You see, so it just showed me they didn't have the probable cause that they were looking for, but they still searched my car, pulled me out, created the scene, put me in the back of the car, and they probably only gave me that warning because they had caused so much commotion. And if we get this Negro a warning, he won't bother us no more. I took my warning, watched the dash cam, and I did let it go, but that just showed me the experiences of people of color and Black people most certainly every day. Even in a professional environment here at Texas State, where I am showing up as student body president in my previous role, thank God, showing up in these white spaces, and I am speaking, and I would like for people to give me the benefit of the doubt that what I'm going to say out of my mouth has no ill intent to it, but they don't. So much to the fact that an administrator said, I don't know which Corey is going to show up from day to day. That is what they say about Black people, because you got to be very poised. You can't have an attitude. You can't be upset about anything. You can't get emotional. You have to just be this person who a robot. And so, I still haven't talked to the administrator specifically about those words. I know who it was, but at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I had a job to do to represent students, and I get that the Black person had never occupied that space. And so there was a bunch of different overtly racist things going on to where they did not treat me at the level of respect that they would have treated a white student body president. And so those are my experiences, and they're valid on my behalf. And so people may say that's not the way it went, but that was the experience that I had. And so, very valid. And so I just think that, you know, we live, we breathe, we operate, we're in an institution that was not built for us, and almost in an institution that I feel does not want us here.
Can anyone else share any experiences that might have happened, perhaps maybe here on campus?
I can. So I came to Texas State in the fall of 2017, and I was so excited because me and my mom played this game. And we would visit college campuses and like count how many Black people there are, so that way you know. And Texas State, and I use this word very intentionally, paraded their Black population around at NSO. And I'm all for Black students being able to get jobs within like Cap Camp or what was it called? The Bobcat Preview and things like that, being on those committees. I'm here for it, but also I understand the reasoning, because once school started, none of that was there, and so when the first sit-in happened, it was a very surreal experience, because like I've grown up in predominantly white throughout my elementary and middle school, and then when I was in high school, I went to a predominantly Hispanic, but then like literally like 1% less, or it's predominantly Black. And so like it was a very big culture shock, but in those 4 years, like I became proud of who I was, and so I was very secure in my Blackness. And so to come to a campus and see how blind people were to racism, or not even blind, but how just forgiving is the only way I can really describe it. So people were to like racist, and the student body president that year, and just the disgusting things that he did, was just like shocking to me. And so I remember we had this, I guess it would be like a forum or a town hall with the student government. And you have all these students of color coming up and saying their piece and saying literally the same thing. I came to Texas State, I feel like I was lied to. I feel like y'all said y'all are so much about diversity and all this stuff. Y'all are getting all this money for being the HSI, and yet couldn't hire a DACA lawyer and all this kind of things. And I'm just sitting and I'm just like, this is crazy. And then you have, I think she was a senator, a white Caucasian, a white woman, came to the podium. And she said, I just don't understand why we're talking about this when sex trafficking is happening. And I'm just like, now mind you, nobody is like saying like this isn't important. We're literally talking about our grievances on this campus. And her saying that derailed the entire meeting. Like, I think she came probably like towards the end. For the next 10 minutes, all the rebuttals were about what she said. Anybody coming up to disagree with us, we're talking about that. We're agreeing with her. There are bigger issues to talk about than racism on the campus. And it's just like, and so it wasn't like an overtly racist incident. Like, she didn't call anybody out of their name or anything like that. But it is this intentional decision to dismiss students of color on this campus. It is in President Trout's statement that there aren't enough Black PhDs to have representation in the faculty and staff. It is in the mistreatment and silencing of Black faculty and staff causing our retention to go down. It becomes so prevalent and noticeable when you're in these spaces and you see how they talk, and you see, the microaggressions in that conversation of like, oh, we don't know which one we're gonna get today. And it's just like these things that are, said and made to sound so innocuous that are just, violent. And they're dog whistles. And it's just like, I dread coming back to this campus. I want to come here for graduate school just so I can make change. And even then, I'm tired. I'm exhausted thinking about, dang, I have to come back this semester. And I'm the president of 2 Black student organizations on campus. And to think about having to, being charged with the retention, with engagement for Black students that the administration is not giving, it's a lot.
So I want to take a few questions. I'm getting questions here through my phone. And so the first question is, what institutional policies or positions do you feel contribute to the perpetuation of injustice against people of color at the university level? So institutional policies or positions.
Well, all of them. I mean, let's be clear.
Everybody's making a face like,
we are at a predominantly white institution that's morphed into an HSI, who has not changed their thinking around marginalized identities and students of color, most certainly Black students. And so when we talk about these positions and these places from the administration perspective in those places, they haven't built the infrastructure to handle marginalized students or students of color. So at administrative level, if you look at the administration, if the cabinet was here sitting around this room right now, you'd have one person of color who is on the cabinet now, but nobody else. And so when you talk about, well, we're gonna set these policies and these procedures and these structures in place that somehow benefit marginalized students and students of color, then who's setting those policies? Who's giving you that sound advice? Who's talking to you about these different things? Who's representing Black students and students of color at the top level of administration? And I'm just gonna say, you know, the mindset, the policies, the institutionalization of this stuff starts at the top. It starts with Dr. Trout, then it flows down. And so that for me is where the buck stops.
And another thing is institutions like this, they don't consider Black individuals for positions of power unless it's for Director of Inclusivity and Diversity. If we can get that token, if we can get you to represent, then that's all we want from you. And so I can't really say the policy or the procedure, but these tendencies of putting up this false facade of acceptance and diversity, but not, it's like, we want you here. Like, you can climb the ladder, but you stop here. Even though there's a much higher ladder up here, you can't go past this part.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, stay in your lane that we create for you. And so I can't really tell you the policy, but that tendency, that mindset, we have to scrap it all and just build it back from the ground up.
And also and I'm just pointing out certain things because we talk about positions here, the questions about positions. I do think that it's very important to realize the significance of the position of student affairs that had been held by Dr. Smith. But after she retired, a university that claims to be diverse and understand diversity and would like to be diverse and all this diverse talk would promote, in the interim, a white woman over two women with experience of color.
Imagine.
I mean, we just got to be clear when we're talking about how this type of behavior is perpetuated in the university community.
And the thing is that each time that you do make those movements and you send out that information, who's reading the information, who's saying you make those moves, not only the administration and faculty and staff, but the students are watching. And they're, a lot of times, because students see a pattern of behavior, students are like anybody else. You see a pattern of behavior, you can kind of predict what's going to happen at the end, and you're hoping that you're not right. And just to be proven right, it's just like, well, I knew that was going to happen. No surprise there, no change. And it's disappointing, but it's something that's expected. And the whole fact that it's expected is an issue that tells everybody on this campus that this has been going on for a while. It doesn't seem to have a change, and our students don't have any hope in us making a change.
And no matter how loud we scream, no matter how, you're gonna do the same stuff. So some people just stop talking. And it's like, you're not gonna change, so Why is my voice? Now I'm not gonna say everyone's doing it. Obviously, we're advocates. Obviously, there are advocates on campus, but they like to put the blame on the students. So if you don't like it, change it. You know, say something. But it's like we've been speaking. We've been screaming.
And the hope is always this, and I guarantee you this is we will give you minimal tokens, because at the end of the day, we can wait you out. You're just gonna be here 4 years.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the cycle starts over.
All over again.
And then what about sex trafficking?
Right. Right.
So another question that comes from our audience is, what tangible steps must Texas State take to make this campus a Black student-centered campus?
Take the step.
So that's the tangible step to actually take it.
Let's stop staying in this air of, okay, tell us what we need to do. We've told you. Do it, please.
The thing is, and I can only speak from the conversation in rooms that I've been in. One, they immediately need to invest into the African American studies and Latin American studies minor, and invest in the process of making it a major. Point blank, period. Because, like we said at the beginning, this struggle, this uncomfortability with the issue of race is because nobody is talking about it. Not only invest in that, make it a requirement, a prerequisite for getting a degree from Texas State.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That would be bomb.
And put people of color in these teaching positions.
Exactly. And that's what it needs to, I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
No,
It needs to be its own department. Right now it's under the history department, which is fine. But also there needs to be a department for, if not solely African American studies, ethnic studies? That doesn't feel like the right word, but ethnic studies, you know what I'm saying? If it's a little, that they need to, if not getting rid of UPD, we need to rework this relationship with UPD from the ground up. Students of color need their voices heard in those conversations as well, because what happened on May 1st was unacceptable, and flashing, was unacceptable.
Can you speak a bit about that for people in the audience who may not understand the significance of what you're talking about?
So on May 1st of 2019, a group of, I don't know what to call them. I'm just gonna say conservatives. A conservative group threatened to come to campus and open carry because students of color were calling for the removal of the Turning Point chapter at Texas State to be removed or not be considered a student organization. And so they threatened to come to campus, and so students of color were like, we're gonna counter protest. So we went to the Stallions and we sat there. It was a peaceful protest. We sat there with signs, we were giving out resources, and then a student came wearing a Make America Great Again hat. This student has in the past worn that hat knowing the effect, the trigger that phrase, that logo, whatever, has on students of color, the policies that statement represents. He is aware of that because when I assume he was walking to class or something, instead of going into the building, he noticed people's reactions and he decided to sit in the quad. And so students were coming, they were seeing this, then I assume that he was a part of TPUSA. And so other members of that organization came up and they were sitting with him. And unfortunately I had to go to class, so I'm not sure exactly the spark point. All I remember is I was in class like 5 minutes giving my final presentation and I get a text like, you need to come back outside. And all of a sudden I come outside and students are on the ground being arrested. Students are being yanked out of a crowd, being arrested for walking away. And nothing is like, and it's chaos. All because students did not feel safe on campus with this organization, essentially gaslighting and dismissing students of color in their positions because they believe in policies of conservatism. Yes. Which, and nobody's oppressing that. Nobody's saying that. But the thing is that they I'm not gonna speak for them. In my opinion, I think that they perceive criticism and the disagreement with their policies as we're saying that you need to leave. Like, I don't know. And so
I only bring that up, and when you mentioned the change and helping to, because the question is, how do you make Texas State help make it a Black student-centered campus? And you mentioned reform or dismantling maybe of UPD, and it seemed to trigger Dizzy immediately. Like she was just like, you want to talk on that, Dizzy?
I'm really glad that you brought this up because before this event, I emailed Dr. Fitzpatrick with some concerns because UPD specifically, and also our administration, but to reference the things that happened on May 1st. So what had happened, the spark, was that after they had antagonized the Black students who were protesting with that, and as well as spewing hate speech and calling out, Trump's going to change everything. Trump's going to make it America great again. You can't make something great again when it was never great. But I digress. A student took the hat. They took the hat off his head, and they didn't like run away and like disappear. They just took it and was like, we don't like Trump or whatever, right? And immediately UPD just like popped up out of nowhere and attacked these students. There were 4 students who were arrested. I don't remember his name, and I apologize if he's watching this, but the Black student, it was a Black male. He was thrown up against the wall. His face was like shoved into the brick and then tossed to the ground and handcuffed. And there was a response to this. Black students protest. They were arrested and taken to the jail, and students protested this. And the reason it triggered me so much is because there's no accountability. There's been, to this day, UPD hasn't been reprimanded. Those students haven't been apologized to. In fact, our president made a statement, and I can quote her because I put it in the email. She said, in response to the Black students and all the students protesting the arrest of these 4 students, she advised students to stay away from these protesters by saying, oh no, my screen went dark. Okay, if you see people who are representing something contradictory to our core values, do not engage. Go the other way. Of course, she went on to clarify by saying that students are free to disagree as long as it is not in a disagreeable or confrontational manner. I'm gonna just read what I wrote in the email. I was very heated. I said, what does that even mean? For context, oh, okay, I'm gonna skip this because I just said that. What does this mean for our Black students who when we live in a society when walking down the street while Black, sleeping in the safety of your own home while Black, or minding your own damn business while Black is seen as disagreeable or confrontational? In fact, a student, Dairik Montez, and also Tay, they organized a protest that Friday after the Memorial holiday, and they had to ask SMPD to protest so as to not to be seen as confrontational. That goes against the meaning of the word. You shouldn't have to ask to protest. Yeah. And so I said, that goes against the very nature of the word. In a country where PWPs, which means predominantly white people, can be armed to the teeth with automatic weapons and protest being in the house too long while still being seen as peaceful, but Black Lives Matter protesters could be silently handing out flowers and be tear gassed and body slammed to the ground. There are images of this girl handing out flowers to this like wall of like militarily armed police, and just silently handing them flowers. And then you see in the images her takedown and her arrested, and then just the flowers on the ground. Gotta love photographers, right? But anyway, where Black Lives Matter protesters could be silently handing out flyers and be tear gassed and body slammed to the ground, not engaging and going the other way is not an option. When the value of your life is being debated as if breathing is not the common right of every living creature, not engaging and going the other way is not an option. So yeah, UPD needs to be held accountable, but as well as I guess I'll be our president. You can't, I talked about being intentional and direct with what you say. You can't do flowery speech. I understand that you represent the university first, right? But this university is us. This university is the students. You would not have a university without students. You would have buildings. And so if you do not listen to us and you do not represent us, especially our Black brothers and sisters, our Black students, you're a part of the problem. And that's my biggest concern with the event was when I saw that President Trump was giving a speech and the university was hosting it without police being involved. I understand that they are triggered and this is a day of celebration and they have no part in our day of celebration, and we will handle them on our own time and no one else's time. But I was concerned because it feels like hypocrisy coming from the university, not us, not Dr. Ben, not Dr. Fitzpatrick, not our supporters and our organizers. We love you guys and thank you so much for giving us this day. But this university cannot lay claims to diversity and inclusivity without first recognizing that it itself is a part of the problem.
Thank you. I'm getting all kind of pings about time.
Sorry.
Yeah. I just want to get to at least one other question. A faculty member would like to know how to move to action. So what would you like our faculty to do to quote unquote fix the problem?
Well, I just want to say this, and then I will move along, but the problem is institutionalized. It's branded in the culture of the university. And so when we talk about fixing the problem, and I just want to just say, you know, I am tired and worn out with the question about how we fix the problem, because we've answered this question time and time again. We have told time and time again.
They just gave me.
I know, I'm just saying, I mean, we just continue to talk about how to do it, but nobody's doing any action. So what I think that people should do in general is the administration has to listen to Black students.
Yes.
They have to listen to Black faculty and staff who understand these situations in the context that they're in and really do some action. On my presidency last year, after the May 1st incident, I sent Dr. Trout a letter that pinpointed 15 things she could do. You know how many she did? 0. After the George Floyd incident happened, I sent her the similar letter that pinpointed about 17 things she could do. And she wrote me back, very simple email, thank you for the advice. So,
okay.
So the issue is that what we don't see is action. We see a lot of words. We need for the faculty to be just as emboldened as we are. We need for them to go out and advocate on the change on our behalf. We need them to speak up boldly to the provost and to others about how to make this as inclusive and equitable as possible. They can't be in the background anymore. It's time to be front and center, and it's time to support us and engage and advance and advocate with us.
Thank you guys so much. We literally have 2 minutes, but Corey, I think you hit on the next question, which is what does this look like to be a faculty, for a faculty member to be an ally? And so I think you spoke very well to that. It's to actually, that the students can't do it alone, that it's going to take them also to speak up. I'm floored. I want to thank you all for being courageous and for sharing your truth with all of us today. Some of these things, you need at least another 30 minutes. I wish they told me like I had that amount of time. Say I want 30 more minutes because, yeah. While some of these things may have been difficult to hear, we can no longer afford to ignore them. So back to Dr. Sherry Ben.
Okay. All right. So thank you to our student panelists. This was a very tough panel right? They had no holds barred here. So I do want to say, however, I do think it's important that we recognize and acknowledge the challenges, the grief, the pain, and the struggles that our students have shared with us today. That wasn't easy to hear, but I think it was necessary for all of us as a community. We have their generation to thank for what's transpiring now in our nation and around the world as a justice movement during a global pandemic. They are risking their lives so that we know what we finally really need to understand. So I want to thank our student leaders. Thank you for your vulnerability, for your honesty, for your willingness to take your time to educate us about your lived reality. And we also should not necessarily have to hear from you to learn these things. I think this was an education for all of us, and we are very humbled that you shared things with us in such a public forum. Asante Sana, thank you very much. So here's a post that the Lit Circle shared via Instagram, as students were talking about faculty members and those of us who are educators. Specifically, this post by the Lit Circle was shared for educators via Instagram, as I said. By the way, if you're teaching students about racism with no mention of power, then you're just giving a lecture on bullying. Interesting, huh? Okay, so I think we're all getting a crash course today in a lot of things. Our final panel today is one of hope and hard truth. It's a trans faith panel. Many communities throughout history have held on to their faith and spirituality to endure during times of hardship and pain as a means of coping and strengthening themselves. So, to honor the diverse faith tradition within justice movements for racial equality, we have invited religious scholars and leaders from around the country to talk with us about the role of religion and spiritual communities in the fight for racial justice. So I want to share something with you by Howard Thurman. He was a liberation theologist, and he challenged faith communities in his book. It's a book called Jesus the Disinherited, when he posed the question in the preface of that work. And he said, why is it that Christianity seems to be impotent to deal radically and therefore effectively with the issue of discrimination and injustice on the basis of race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and national origin? Is this impotency due to a betrayal of the genius of the religion, or is it due to a basic weakness in the religion itself? So this is a challenge and an important question for those who are members of spiritual communities. This is something that our panelists will get into during this session. Rachel Carone, Student Diversity and Inclusion SSS, Student Support Services Director, will introduce our moderator, who will have our panelists then introduce themselves to you. Some of you may recognize the moderator for our Trans Faith panel. Perhaps you've had her in a class, or maybe she's one of your colleagues. You'll know who she is when we turn it over to her. There will be no Q&A after this session due to the schedule of the panelists who participated in this session. Thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over to Rachel.
I want to officially introduce to you to the moderator for this particular series of the Trans Faith Dialogue with faith leaders from across the nation. The individual that will be moderating is one of our professors out of the philosophy department, Dr. Rebecca Raphael.
Thanks, Rachel. I want to welcome everyone to the Trans Faith Panel Dialogue at Texas State University, which is part of Texas State's Juneteenth observance this year. Our panelists are the Reverend Dr. John Elford, who is senior pastor at University UMC Austin. The Reverend Dr. Valerie Bridgman, who is Dean and Vice President of Academic Affairs at Methodist Theological School in Ohio, and President and CEO of Woman Preach. Rabbi Nate DeGroot of Hazan Detroit, Associate Director and Spiritual and Program Director, and Dr. Najiba Saeed, Associate Professor of Muslim and Interreligious Studies, Chicago Theological Seminary. It's good to see everyone. We want to open with two quotations to set the tone for what we're discussing today. In 1903, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in The Souls of Black Folks, "Herein lie buried many things which, if read with patience, may show the strange meaning of being Black here at the dawning of the 20th century. This meaning is not without interest to you, gentle reader, for the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line." 58 years later, in 1961, James Baldwin said in a radio interview, "To be a Negro in this country and to be relatively conscious is to be in a state of rage almost all the time and in one's work. And part of the rage is this: it isn't only what is happening to you, but it's what's happening all around you and all of the time in the face of the most extraordinary and criminal indifference. Indifference of most white people in this country and their ignorance. Now, since this is so, it's a great temptation to simplify the issues under the illusion that if you simplify them enough, people will recognize them. I think this illusion is very dangerous because, in fact, it isn't the way it works. A complex thing can't be made simple. You simply have to try to deal with it in all of its complexity and hope to get that complexity across. Well, today we are 59 years after Baldwin's interview and 117 years after Du Bois wrote his book, The Soul of Black Folks. And so we're struggling with the issue of race in the United States right now, today in 2020. So we have some questions for our panel of faith leaders. And the first is, as faith leaders and scholars, why do you think we are still struggling with the issue of race after all these years?
I don't want to go first, but I will. I think we're still struggling with race because this country, as a country, has never dealt with it on a radical, and by radical, I mean root basis. That we do a lot of cosmetic things, or we do a lot of reactionary things, but we don't get at the very root of and the history of systemic racism in this country. And we have to confess, particularly those of us who are of the Christian ilk, that it's baked into some of our faith tradition, and it's baked into our history books, and it's baked into the ways we talk about it. And we talk about it differently depending on what communities we are parts of.
I can speak from my congregation. University Methodist is mostly a white congregation, and so I'll be speaking from that perspective. And I think that one of the things is sort of the somewhat invisible nature of racism, although in the last 4 years, maybe not quite so invisible. How do you work on it if you really can't see it? And also, racism in America is something that was created by white people for white people for their benefit. It doesn't really affect white people on a daily basis. Baldwin said we're in a state of rage all the time. White people can ignore it. We can talk about it for a little bit on Sunday morning or whatever, and then we can just kind of let it go. And so how do you work on a problem if you can't see it and if it doesn't really affect you? And I'm not excusing people by that, but I'm just saying that I think that's the reality. That's the perception for a lot of white folks.
So this is, I think we're still struggling with it because we're also still America. That's one way to answer it, unless we're somewhere else that I don't know of. you know, I think it's inherent in, Gandhi said, America is a wonderful idea, a great idea. And the idea of America and its manifestation, I think we have to always interrogate and think through this question. You know, there was such a huge response to this idea of America being founded on America being founded on racism, and slavery as an American institution is still being contested by historians in this day and age. And I think that that's really something we also have to think about, those of us that are in the academy. How much has the study of American history glossed over and just left racism and the reality of, particularly I wanted to mention here, I think this panel is about anti-Black racism in particular, which we need to kind of define and narrow, because I think from my vantage point, scholars who are writing about racism as Muslims, Zahir Ali, Monica Coleman just had an article on African American religious pluralism in a book that I edited, and others like Kayla Wheeler. I'd be happy to talk about their perspectives as well, but I just wanted to sort of share this kind of defining for myself, is that racism is a part of the American ethos. It's built into the bones and unfortunately, the infrastructure of society, not just now, but historically. And how do we contend with that as scholars and as faith leaders?
Yeah, thank you all so much. I think for Jews, we have a unique kind of vantage point and perspective and way into this conversation. As Eric Ward, who's a phenomenal scholar and teacher on race and anti-Semitism, teaches, as Jews, and white Jews in particular, we are the targets of white nationalism, but at the same time, the beneficiaries of white supremacy. And I think for Jews who came to this country over the last number of generations, many of whom were deeply traumatized by anti-Semitism or their own experience of oppression, in arriving here in America, there was a choice of sorts. For those of us who have white skin, do we retain our uniqueness as Jews? Do we continue to identify with the struggle of those who are most marginalized? Or do we cozy up to power and side on the side of empire? And for so many Jews, and for far too many Jews, siding with empire felt like the safe choice, felt like, should we do that, we might be protected. And I think for white Jews today, that choice is really about how much are we willing to risk? How much privilege are we willing to give up? What is at stake for divesting from our own whiteness and standing in solidarity with those who are Black and all people of color? And I do just want to name that it's important to note that the Jewish community itself is incredibly diverse, and studies show anywhere from 12 to 15% or more of the American Jewish community are Jews of color, many of whom are Black Jews. And so this is also a conversation about how do we support our own people, not just how do we treat the other. And lastly, I'll just mention that within Judaism, we have a concept of tshuva in Hebrew, a sense of return or reclamation of our core and center. And so for those of us who are trying to unlearn racism and practice anti-racism, that struggle remains. We strive for tshuva on a yearly basis and even on a daily basis. And so the work is never done, as uncomfortable as it might be.
Well, thank you. That's a very effective transition, I think, into the second question. Given that, I mean, the struggle for racial justice is something we would want to see throughout society. What do you all think is the specific role of faith communities in the struggle for racial justice?
I think I wanted to address one of the roles that I think we shouldn't have and that we have had, and that's particularly around theologies of reconciliation. So I come from a long history of doing conflict resolution in communities around the world, but particularly for the last 20 years in Los Angeles. And I think faith leaders bring an incredible acumen around social justice work. We've heard our panelists from different traditions speak about the traditions within our own scriptures, our own histories that promote justice. In the Muslim tradition, the notion of karama, that every human being is endowed by dignity from God. We don't gain our dignity from human beings. It's absolutely endowed by every human being, and not just Muslims or not just one particular community. So this idea of being able to bring that conversation of dignity to the table is a gift that different religious traditions bring. I think we've also, and we have to be very careful that when conflicts, tensions, and I would say they never go away, they're always there, that often faith leaders can push to reconciliation, forgiveness, to deal with some of the interpersonal wounds that people are dealing with. In my work, I call that the myth of interpersonal peacemaking, where interpersonally you may have to deal with a death, you may have to deal with grieving. And that's a different kind of question around spiritual care, pastoral care for that family. What happens now in the public space is we push that on to individuals and whole communities, and that's happened throughout the history of the United States. We have to be careful that words like forgiveness, civility, and other forms of, what could be beautiful concepts when they come out of the agency that individuals and communities wish to exercise in their own time and space. I think we have to be careful that religious ritual, religious leaders, religious scholars, religious and faith leaders, particularly in combination with state. Right now we're in a time of state violence, that we have to be very careful that we don't become instrumentalized in using religion to push people into forgiveness at the risk of erasing the reality of racism as it exists today and as it has existed historically.
I don't know how that works let me talk about it from a Christian perspective, particularly a Black Christian perspective, who has been a part of both non-denominational and more conservative traditions and more mainline traditions. So I'm speaking from that perspective. Today is the 5th anniversary of the killings of worshipers in Emmanuel 9 by a radicalized Lutheran, LCA Lutheran man who got infantilized, by the way, in order for us to feel sympathy for him, but not for the victims, who was arrested and given a vest to protect him from anybody shooting him and taken to Burger King. And then the Black mourners and the Black families were told immediately, forgive him. Because of a misunderstanding, I believe it's a misunderstanding of what forgiveness means, even in the Christian text. And so the weaponizing of forgiveness to keep people from being held to accountability and to keep people from justice, it is a long-standing tradition that was taught by primarily a white version, really, of Christianity. I remember in 1992 when I was in New Jersey when Los Angeles went on fire in May because the people who beat Rodney, I can't remember his last name, were acquitted, the police officers, and it was something we all saw on tape. And Ada Maria Asasa Diaz was leading us, may she rest in peace. And she prayed this prayer, Lord, sustain our anger. And so I think Christians need to develop a theology of righteous anger and righteous indignation that supports this kind of call for justice, that does not demand sort of this fake forgiveness to quell protests or uprisings.
Valerie, if I could follow up on that, there was a beautiful article yesterday that ought to be part of the bibliography that was written by a person who is a family member of somebody who had died in that Charleston church massacre. And he talked as a Christian pastor, about developing a theology of lament also. And I think righteous indignation is also part of lament. And he said that he has not forgiven this person who killed the family member. And he also kind of critiqued President Obama, for singing Amazing Grace, and saying that's part of this kind of forgiveness, reconciliation tradition. Let's move on together and join our hands and all that. So I think all of that is just so right on. I would just at a more basic level for congregations, what can they do? I mean, congregations are designed, I think, to just ideally to work on this stuff. I mean, we have large gatherings of people, right, where we can preach and talk about it. It's not very popular in white congregations for people to talk about, for pastors to talk about racism. And we have the language for it too. I mean, we have the language that we borrowed from Nate, from the Jewish tradition, this language of repentance, right? Of repenting of whiteness, repenting of, and then dismantling, working to dismantle racism. So I think all the tools, all the concepts are there in the church, but I feel like right now they're not being used much. Yeah.
Before Nate speak, I just want to say this, John. The thing that always strikes me in Christian circles is that this call for quick repentance only refers to people of color and people on the marginal. When 9/11 happens, no white pastor called for forgiveness and repentance, and not one. If they did, I will repent. Not one said, let's forget, let's get over this. Not one. And yet, whenever there's violence done to populations of Black and or other peoples of color and or nationalities, that's the first thing that comes out of white churches.
Yeah, thank you, Valerie. I think kind of, John, what you were describing in terms of some of the practicalities of organizational or congregational life, I think, just putting a little bit of a finer point on that, I think learning is, a really important step for those of us who are white and have not lived the experience. How do we mine our own texts and traditions for these lessons? I think organizing, building power as a collective, being able to make decisions and wield that power in certain generative ways. Action, how do we show up together? I think it's far more powerful and far more possible to really show up with your full self when you feel like you're doing it with one another and you're doing it in a group. And I would add to the action piece, one of the kind of terms or frameworks that I've been playing with is kind of instead of or in addition to social justice, really thinking of sacred justice and taking cues from the water protectors at Standing Rock, taking cues from the community in Minneapolis who has been holding vigil, sacred vigil at the site where George Floyd was murdered. How do we actually bring a kind of sacred resistance to the streets, to our protests, and lead with the kind of sanctity that we've seen in those examples to actually transform the moment? And lastly, I would add from the Jewish tradition, I think it's really critical to understand the balance between spiritual sustenance and activism and action in the street, and understanding the ratio and balance of those two things. God created for 6 days and rested for one, not the other way around. How do we act for 6 out of the 7 days and take perhaps one to take a step back and understand the inherent perfection of the world around us? But our tradition forbids certain acts of work on Shabbat, on our day of rest, and those categories of work come from the same categories that it took to build the tabernacle in the wilderness. And so this teaches us that during the 6 days of the week, the work that we do is to build the holy structures, to actually build a more just and dignified world. And it's only on the 7th day that we get to live within that structure. So how do we work for 6 days and then also ensure the spiritual sustenance to keep going on that 7.
Oh, thank you. Any further comments on that question? We can move on. Natural stepping stone to the next one. How has racial injustice and racism impacted your work as a faith leader or religious studies scholar? Who wants to go first?
I'm trying not to be first. Okay, so my last academic piece was literally on how for my scholarship to be in service to the people. Here the people are Black people, but I actually, as a womanist, believe that when the most vulnerable, when Black people, poor Black women are cared for and taken care of and given voice and all of that, then the whole world gets it, because that means you're paying attention to the most vulnerable, and our structures have to attend to the most vulnerable, because the most powerful are going to get theirs, right? So I try. The academy is not kind to that kind of writing, but I'm of a certain age and of a certain tradition where I frankly don't care anymore, if I ever cared, because I believe that as a scholar and as an advocate activist, I am accountable to communities, right? Nothing I do can be outside of the communities of accountability.
Others?
I can speak personally that my trajectory has certainly evolved from the time when I was a young child, and really operated from a place of charity, of understanding that it was important to give, whether that was for my bar mitzvah project as a 13-year-old, organizing used sporting goods to give to the Boys and Girls Club in Boston, or handing out bagels and coffee and hot chocolate to those who are experiencing homelessness in the winter of Massachusetts. But over time, certainly have taken my cues and my learning from right, Emma Lazarus within our own Jewish tradition, the activist who said, until we are all free, we are none of us free, recognizing that my liberation is bound up in yours. The quote by Lilla Watson, if you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. And that is really the tradition that I bring to the work that I try to do in the world, specifically right now through the organization that I'm a part of, Chazon, in Detroit. As many folks know, Detroit was hit especially hard by COVID-19 and continues to be reeling from that, with over 50 years of systemic divestment from the city, the largest majority Black city in the country, and a city that suffers from incredible environmental racism and racism in our healthcare systems and so many other of our systems. Detroit's the 24th most populated city in the country, but experience and continues to experience the 3rd most deaths and cases of COVID. And so the organization that I work with, Chazon, we are the Jewish Lab for Sustainability, and we work at the intersection of climate and Judaism. In this moment, though, we really pivoted to be working on mutual aid efforts, trying to stand in solidarity and follow the lead of the Black community in the city of Detroit, doing all sorts of food rescue efforts, making sure that food is not being thrown out but delivered to frontline organizations and to pantries, as well as a relief garden initiative where we've delivered compost and seeds to over 300 individuals in the Metro Detroit area to grow either for themselves, if they are in a difficult time and need their own sustenance, or to grow and donate to those most in need. And really trying to take the cue of my teacher, Yavila McCoy, who teaches about getting proximate and trying to be as proximate as possible and as close a relationship as possible, to be able to ask the question, what do you need? How can I show up for you? And to listen and to respond in kind.
So I'm actually now, this is my second I'll be teaching at my second Christian seminary. The last seminary that I taught at for 10 years was the United Methodist Seminary. And I think one of the things I've learned as the only Muslim professor in these spaces is that part of the work is, and here I'll speak to congregations, is not really, I think a lot of times the immediate response is to go out and try to seek relationship with other communities or build relationships. So a couple of pieces sort of feedback, one of them that I would make is that don't wait until a crisis to build relationships, whether it's with different religious traditions or people of different ethnic or racial backgrounds. If you suddenly knock on the door of a church you've ignored for 20 years, or a mosque, whatever the background is, you know, that in conflict resolution, we talk about relationships built in crisis can often be defined by that crisis. And so we just want to think about building and being relational with one another before a disaster hits one of our communities, before the synagogue on the corner is targeted for anti-Semitic violence. Have you already had a conversation with their rabbis? So that's one thing I would always encourage people is don't wait until a community becomes visible to you because of someone else's hate, because trust is going to be at a very low point for that community, and opening up their doors. You know, I have had people say, well, I knocked on the door and, you know, literally or figuratively, and no one opened up. It's because probably that community is building up some level of safety and security if they've just been violated. So I wanted to share that particularly because one of the things we're finding from the history of faith communities in the last 20 years is really there's been a targeting of houses of worship in the United States. So we also know the Oak Creek Gurdwara shooting where the Sikh community was a mistaken identity of being a Muslim community. The Sikh community, by the way, has suffered the most Islamophobic violence because of the extension of Islamophobia, particularly to Sikh men as they wear publicly a turban as part of their religious tradition. So I just wanted to share that point, is reach out and try to build relationships before a crisis happens. And the second that I would think about with congregations is how are you utilizing your pulpit and your religious education of younger children to either build relationships or to build hate? So I often tell people, and I wrote a piece for Sojourners a couple of years ago, and people ask me all the time after my lectures, what can I do about Islamophobia? And I'll tell them it's, you know, not really about talking to me or other Muslims, it's about what you say to other people in your own community. And I think that applies to multiple scenarios, not just to Islamophobia. It's about what you say about other groups and communities, not when you're in front of them, because that's when we're nice to each, well, not always, but generally nice to each other. It's about what we say behind closed doors, how we use our pulpits. So moving beyond just appreciation to religious literacy, to cultural literacy, to understanding our own cultural histories and producing racism, xenophobia, and other forms of, discrimination, I think are really important. And it's finally having the conversations with those in our community that are difficult. You know, that's why I really encourage Christians to talk to each other about anti-Muslim sentiment or the work that we all have to do. Sometimes folks get woke in their own way and then they want to leave their whole family and community behind. Those are the people we actually need to engage, and folks like me can't do that. So use privilege and power to your advantage. It'll be difficult, but I think to me that's really the test. Is not about what we are like when we're together, but what we do to address these issues in our own communities when the other, whoever that other is not there.
Y'all have pretty much covered it, so gosh, I don't know what else is there to say. You took all the words right out of my mouth, Najib. So I'll just say two things real quick. One is, you know, the famous quote by Dr. Martin Luther King, who said the most segregated hour of the week is 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. And that just sticks with me all the time. The United Methodist Church is 94% white. the the United Methodist Church, the AME part, is 94% Black. You know, we're what a loss for us in terms of richness and diversity and traditions and all that we would be sharing in. And of course, that's a whole conversation of its own and a difficult one about why United Methodist churches or why white liberal Protestant churches are not more diverse. And I would say the second thing in my own congregation is that we have a long history, I think, of at least a core group of the congregation being civil rights activists and being involved in civil rights over the years. We also have a long relationship with Wesley United Methodist Church, which is a historically Black church in Austin. I started up a relationship as soon as I got there with a mosque that was close by, and that was valuable because we could go over to the mosque and support them at times. They knew that we were friends. But I think, you know, we've all had to step that stuff up, and we've had to get up to another level. So now, whenever there is, you know, whenever something happens on the street, like Ahmaud Arbery or whoever it is, we have a justice candle, and it's from South Africa. It's a candle that sits with barbed wire around it. And it was used in South Africa back in the 80s and 90s as a representation of how the light of justice is constantly surrounded by injustice. It's not just justice. And we like that. And we talk in our prayers and in our conversations. I mean, that's how the service begins with that. So we sing about it. We have sermons about it. And so I think every congregation needs to do that. And I think for some congregations, it may just be, as you said, Najib, just having conversations about it, where it's not just this unusual, strange thing to talk about race.
Okay, this leads to a topic where I truly do not envy those of you in pulpits. When you engage with issues of race within faith communities, does this make people uncomfortable, and why do you think that is?
So I'm going to start because my hunch is that my answer is going to be entirely different from John's, or which is, in Black communities, you don't have an option not to. Now, it is true that some Black congregations that have aligned themselves to be white adjacent never bring it up, and they say things like, oh, we're all one, we don't see color, color doesn't mean anything, blah, blah, blah. Well, we live in a culture, and not just in the USA, we live in a world where color matters, and not just nationality and race, but colorism is a part of the conversation. So as a faith proposition, I don't know that it's honest to not address race. Well, I know it's not honest to not address racism, to not address anti-Blackness, to not address xenophobia, to not address Islamophobia, to not address anti-Semitism. That's not honest. And in particularly in progressive Black churches, all of those get woven into an ongoing conversation of what it means to be imago Dei. What does it mean to bear the image of God if we actually say we believe that? What does it mean to believe that everyone deserves to be treated as if they are? And so in every Black church I've ever been a part of, and I'm saying Black church here meaning to say Black sensibilities, not Black as in majority Black but white theology. Those are two different things. People who are unapologetically clear about their African descent and the impact it has on their faith tradition, it's an inevitability. It comes up in the pulpit, it comes up in conversations, it comes up in the curriculum.
Oh, thank you. Who else wants to?
So I would add, just demographically, in the United States, the majority of Muslims are not white. There are some, sorry, excuse me, I have asthma. There are some communities that are from European descent, but the vast majority of Muslims in the United States are 25 to 30% are African American. And this community has been here before the founding of the United States. So, you know, and we also have immigrant communities of South Asian and Arab background, North African, Sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa. I mean, all over the Muslim American community is incredibly diverse. And I share that because one of the things I've found, for instance, is the idea that Christianity is equated mostly with whiteness in this society still. And if not whiteness, maybe an extension to another community identity. But the invisibility, for instance, of Black Muslims in the discourse on racism. And to echo Dr. Bridgman, I used to do dialogues on race 2 decades ago. I no longer participate or encourage conversations just on the concept of race. Now, if it's a discussion and an elucidation and illumination of racism, that's a different framing. And that is something that I think is helpful for me in my work, is this distinction between getting together and let's just talk about race, because I think that often means let me just talk about how to locate who I am and learn. And, you know, I have those, particularly for talking about anti-Black racism, learn from Black people and be in a conversation with them. And I've taken care of my race quota, whether it's at my church or my university or my mosque. So I just wanted to share that framing, I think, is really important. What is the conversation about? How is it structured? Who's doing the teaching? Who's doing the learning? Who's in the room? And to recognize that when you do interfaith collaboration, that the Muslim community, particularly that you're working with, is also going to dictate not dictate, but they will, you know, listening and hearing how they define issues of justice, because it's really going to depend on where that community is coming from. And to recognize the invisibility of particularly Black Muslims at many interfaith tables, where the assumption is Christian is white, and if there are Muslims, then they're seen as often mostly immigrant status only, and that the only issues that matter to Muslims are things like the things that are not related to many domestic issues. So I just wanted to raise some of those concerns that I had around the demographics and the challenge of understanding. It's not really a challenge, you just have to open your eyes and see it, but I think very often that is a question of invisibility. I'll end with a couple of resources too. Kayla Wheeler has curated something called the Black Islam Syllabus, which is open source and has wonderful articles you can access, because a lot of the recommendations in reading on race don't include the Black Muslim community in the books that are recommended. The other is, I would also recommend Islamophobia as Racism, which is another syllabus. I had a consultative role in that, not a creation role, but those are a couple of 2 or 3 sort of free reading lists that are out there that you can access, whether you're a professor, and many of the articles are good for faith leaders too. And also, lastly, think about using film and other forms of multimedia. Not everyone's down to reading 30 pages a week. So I would encourage you to look at some of these sources that have dialogue guides as well.
Thanks, Ajita. You know, it's been said of Jewish faith leaders, probably faith leaders in general, that our role is to comfort the agitated and agitate the comfortable. And I think around issues of race, certainly it's our responsibility to agitate the comfortable. Does the conversation and action around race make white Jews uncomfortable? Absolutely. As I mentioned before, it really forces us to confront our white privilege, how we benefit from empire. It challenges our own self-perception as the kind of scrappy, oppressed victim and minority, which has been the way in which we've conceived of ourselves for 2,000 years. It challenges our own self-perception of being in solidarity with the Black community, mostly built off of a small slice of our community that did march with King or went down to volunteer with the civil rights movement. But too many in our community base our current solidarity off of a solidarity of 60 years ago. And really the question has to be asked, what have we done lately? What are we doing right now? And that question makes people uncomfortable. It reminds me of, this understanding of ally, not as a noun or an identity, but as a verb. And we can't rely on civil rights activism as our current form of allyship. This conversation challenges us to confront the racial diversity within our own Jewish community and recognize that we are not an entirely white community. It challenges us to reconsider our identification with and almost universal support of the state and policies of Israel, which is the subject of intense and most often justifiable scrutiny from many people of color and Black communities who are incredibly sensitive to oppression and can recognize state-sanctioned violence when they see it. And most of all, I would say it forces us to consider what we're actually willing to give up, what we're willing to risk in terms of our own lifestyle choices, our own sense of safety as individuals, our sense of belonging as Jews within a country that has recently murdered us for being Jewish, that has chanted on the streets of Charlottesville, Jews will not replace us, who understand us as the mastermind behind all of multiracialism in this country and in the world. What are we willing to give up, even within that context, especially within that context? And ultimately, the question, I believe, is will we side with the marginalized, recognizing that we ourselves are part of the struggle for a new multiracial democracy with all the beauty and all the challenge that comes with that, or will we side with empire and assimilate even further into white America, blending in, hoping we'll be safe, even though we know from history over and over again that we're never safe cozying up to power. And as we see currently, we know that Jews are scapegoated from the president himself all the way down. And so, yes, this is absolutely an uncomfortable choice, but for those of us who are determined to stand on the right side of history, it is a clear and uncontested choice.
Before we go to the next question, I wanted to add, and thank you, Nate, actually thank each of you for what you said. I wanted to add that recently, Nate's phrase, "What will we give up?" made me think of this. Recently, a white Christian said to me that they believed Black people were asking too much, that he was gonna have to give up his inheritance. His grandmother had told him that she was taking him out of his will because of his, quote, social justice stance. And I quoted a scripture to him, a Christian scripture. "What will it profit you to gain the whole world and lose your soul? Or what will you give in exchange for your soul?" So I think for white Christians and for people in general, I think we think a lot about what we're giving up and very little about what we gain from doing the right thing. And so some of that, I think, comes from a theology of scarcity instead of one of abundance, that actually the earth has everything in it that all of us need. And the reason anybody is suffering is because somebody is greedy or being oppressive.
So just a couple of things. Are we uncomfortable in white churches? Absolutely. I mean, even my community is pretty progressive, pretty liberal. And, so when I preach about racism or any of those kind of related topics, Islamophobia, I get applause in the congregation. But it's interesting, we're kind of focusing this month on anti-racism. And I think that's an important distinction too to talk about, that Ibram Kendi brings up about what does it mean to be racist? What does it mean to be not racist, which is really not helpful at all? And then what does it mean to be anti-racist? But we're talking about that. And so we have a friend in Dallas, Ray Jordan, who is an academic and also a pastor. And one of the questions that he is often asked is, why in liberal white churches, progressive churches, why are they why are there so few people of color in those churches? And part of Ray's answer is look at your building, look at the altar space that you have up at the front. how welcoming is that for people of other traditions and of other other ways of identifying themselves? And then what about the music, right? How white European centered is the music? And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that kind of music, but it's centered in that. And he says this white Eurocentrism, we have another word for that. It's white supremacy, you know, in a progressive church. And he said, nobody really receives that well in these progressive churches, that they're practicing white supremacy. And it's hard to own that, because I guess we associate that with the Klan. You know, are you calling me a member of the Klan by suggesting that I'm white supremacist? And again, I like the way Ibram Kendi says, he says, these words that we use they're not like verbal attacks on us. These are descriptive words that we use to describe realities. And white supremacy is this broad concept, you all know this, it describes a system with so many parts to it, which began when white people in America over time created the whole idea of being white in order to justify slavery, and moved on from there. Also, white privilege obviously benefits me. And so how many people are willing to give up those things that benefit them? How many people like me would be willing to say white privilege actually, you know, part of why I am where I am is not just because of my gifts and not just because of my education and all my, you know, smarts and all that. It's because of white privilege. You know, we just don't want to hear that. We don't want to do the work to hear those things that are a part of our reality.
Well, what do you all think faith communities can do to help us tackle these issues?
So I think one of the things that faith communities can do is to redefine issues with a moral lexicon. So too often in the United States, the language around saving lives, the language around the sacredness of lives, the language around family and the values that emanate from family have been really, really, I think, have for some reason have been associated with only one political party, one political view of the public square in religion. And one of the things I think is helpful is to, like folks like Reverend William Barber and others who have taken issues such as the budgeting of cities and the budgeting across our country as a moral issue. So right now in Los Angeles, an organization, an interfaith organization, LA Voice, is at the table helping Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and others really go to city council. We had a meeting yesterday or the day before with a presentation led by Black Lives Matter Los Angeles to say it's immoral to give the Los Angeles Police Department the vast majority, you know, a big chunk of the LA budget without investing in all of the causes. Los Angeles has right now one of the largest shelterless families population in the country. So this was a question not just around activists and community organizers, but some of my former students have been at the forefront of this work, and faith leaders have been there of every religious tradition, Bend the Arc Los Angeles, LA Voice, as I mentioned, and other organizations. So I just wanted to encourage us to think about not just partnering with each other as faith communities. Sometimes the interfaith work can get insular, is to also reach out. And sometimes, you know, it took a number of years to get some of the pastors and imams in Los Angeles to feel comfortable with having Black Lives Matter present in their spaces. Because let's be frank, there are issues around, you know, perspectives on how, not just around issues of race, but issues around sexuality and having those communities work together. There have been really frank discussions behind closed doors trying to articulate ways that these communities can work together. So I just wanted to share that as a conversation that's happening in the case study in Los Angeles, is that it's not just around interfaith literacy and conversation, but it's thinking through what and how are the moral issues of our time. And that's a unique conversation, language, motivation. And I'll end with one of the most important things we bring to the table is we live right now in a society that is built on predatory capitalism. So faith leaders are the ones that can stand up and say, wait, migrants it shouldn't matter what they can offer the United States in terms of financial gain. It doesn't matter that they just be skills-based. It's because of human life, whatever the human life is, and that's what we count for refugees, as the United States has dismantled its refugee program, which was led, by the way, by mostly evangelical faith leaders. So this is not something that only progressive religious leaders have a monopoly on. So I just wanted to share that, this language and this taking ownership of our moral imperative in the public square in particular.
I want to follow Najiva and say that amen to all that you said. And I think that faith leaders have to learn how to follow the leader. I think the notion that we always have to lead is problematic, that there are people in the community, as Najiva has indicated, Black Lives Matter, other people, Let's Live. There are any number of organizations who are doing powerful work. Ohio Power and Light here is among them. Now, a lot of those are faith leaders, but it's how do you become a good neighbor without having to do all the leading? How do you just fall in line and get in with the program as opposed to having to set the agenda all the time? And become a conversation partner, again, as opposed to leading the conversation. And I think that becoming a good neighbor is one thing that I think religious leaders should do for themselves, but also help their people do. You know, I remember here, when I first moved to Ohio, there was a movement and there was an action on the streets, and I was there in the action. And the reporter was standing near me, and the young woman on the mic was really having a hard time articulating what she wanted to say. And, you know, I was just encouraging her. The reporter said this to me: "You should be the one on the mic." And I said, "No, those are my leaders." I mean, at some point, we have to affirm the leadership of the people who are putting skin in the game and not have to drive the action, but to support it.
Yeah, just building off of what each of you just said, I absolutely agree. And you know, within the Jewish community, that looks like following the lead of Black Jews and other Jews of color. Specifically, right now, there is an initiative that is authored by Jews of color, asking and inviting and encouraging Jewish organizations to commit to a certain platform of what anti-racist organizational transformation will look like, including you know, being willing to say Black Lives Matter out loud, all the way to what is the racial diversity composition of your board and of your workforce, and how are you allocating resources, and all of these kinds of things. And so really listening to those most impacted within our own community and following their lead. And then, of course, as you both were saying, following the lead of Black organizations, Black movement leaders in general right now. And I think there's one thing, which is to ask, how can we support, or what do you need, or how can we follow you? And then there's a big gap between that and actually doing the things that we're asked to do. And that's where that discomfort comes in. And so it's not just about figuring out what is wanted or needed of us, but then actually following through and doing that. Najiba, I appreciate you lifting up the case study in LA. That's where I was prior to Detroit, and I was a rabbi at a community there that's a part of LA Voice, and have a lot of friends right on the front lines there. So holding that as
I was like, I know that guy. Whoa.
Yeah, it's like when they say show up in religious garb and just stand here. That's what you should do, and not take the mic when the reporters say, "Oh, I want to talk to you." No, point to the leader. Just stand on the X.
And I would also add, many of us come from traditions where women are not yet ordained, or like the Sikh tradition or the Baha'i tradition, there is no clergy. So just be aware, I've had interfaith spaces where I've been pushed aside because I'm not ordained clergy. And actually, what's funny is that I'm asked not to speak because of that. So I just want to share that too. I think if we're talking about faith leadership, let's extend it and even our language beyond clergy, because I think, you know, and frankly, the fact that I'm not clergy doesn't bother me. That's not what I'm searching for. That's not my role. So I don't wait till not all of us even want that. So I just wanted to share that with you too when you're working interfaithfully.
Yeah, I think showing up is so important as clergy, and I turn down lots of speaking things and do that exactly. Valerie, my shirt here used to be the same color as your shirt, and I've worn it so often outside that it's fading away. It's going to be all white pretty soon. So I really like what Najiba said, and was echoed by the rest of you, that faith communities are the moral conscience. I mean, that's what Dr. King said in the nation. We're that moral conscience. We have that moral voice. And I may not know everything about what it would mean to dismantle racism in the Austin Police Department, and I may have no idea what the policies are, but I don't know that that's even my role. You know, my role is to work with people and to support people who know that stuff. But I do know that my role is, in that situation, is to be the moral voice and say what's going on in the Austin Police Department right now, from recruiting to hiring to training to all of these things, is morally problematic, and it needs to be dismantled in some way and taken apart and then put that back together in a just way. So that's one thing. And then I would say that my experience with white people is that we tend to think that what it means to participate in a justice movement is to go out and march, right? And just, be involved in a march. And that's like check the box. And maybe we don't like to march, or maybe it's hot or something like that, and so we don't get involved in the march. But I think that what we need to do in our communities is just expand the vision of what this could mean. I mean, start on the ground floor, listen to the stories of people of color, right? And believe them, believe what they're saying. I mean, I listened to a story yesterday, and I think this is appropriate since it's a college campus. A young college woman, who I hope was like 21 or 22, said, so she's going out with her friends, a group of 8 or 10 young Black women are going to go out, and they're going to go out to one of the clubs in town, right? And she said, I don't think that my white friends realize that when we go to the clubs, we break up into groups of 2 or 3. Because if we come in a group of 8 or 10, we are perceived by the club, by people who are standing in line, as a threat. And she said that, my white friends don't even know that. And if I told them that, I'm not sure they would believe that. So, but there's just this range of things that we can do. The Industrial Areas Foundation stuff, that work that goes on in many of the communities, I mean, that is work that intersects with the anti-racism work. And I'm really happy with that work that goes on in Austin particularly. So yeah, all that.
Well, did each of you have any closing thoughts on this discussion, or anything you want to communicate about trans faith work in the future and today?
I just wanted to speak really quickly to the role that faith communities have with police departments. And I don't think we have enough time to talk about that, but I do think that this is a moment, and not just police departments, but district attorneys' offices. Another thing that faith communities, my work over the years, actually was with a Jewish organization and a Christian organization around restorative justice models. Faith leaders actually make wonderful restorative justice facilitators. And I feel like that is something we haven't explored enough, to actually providing alternatives to the punitive justice system. But I do think that this is something that faith leaders need to interrogate, is what is the relationship between your faith community and the police departments and the district attorney's offices, and the justice as manifested locally. I think it's amazing that these national cases become nationalized. The local communities are obviously dealing with them. I just am cautioning people that in your own city, the police brutality exists, and it's wonderful to respond, and important and groundbreaking to respond to these national cases that become national, I mention again. but just be aware that all of this is happening in your own local community and frankly in your own congregation. We can't assume that our own congregations are not experiencing being snatched away by ICE, for instance. I'm just pointing out that even your own congregation, you don't have to go very far sometimes to understand people who are affected by issues of police violence, whether it's federal or national or local. So I just wanted to kind of remind us to think about what are we doing, and are we offering a critical voice and perspective? And also, I could go on, but also.
So I want to say, quoting Vincent Harding, may he rest in peace and in power, and may his memory be blessed, that this is a marathon. This is a long distance. Justice is a long distance run. And so whatever work we're doing in the name of God or in the name of our faith, if we see it as a sprint or something that's gonna just be over soon, then we will get weary in well-doing and we won't do it. And so I think I have taken to posting, hydrate, rest, breathe, sleep, because the world's on fire and it's going to be on fire tomorrow, and we need you to survive. So I think part of the work is to pace ourselves for the work and to see it as long as we are here and as long as evil is in the earth, we're going to have to resist it with good and with righteousness. And you got to be hydrated for that work.
Amen. I don't want to be the last word on this, so I'm going to jump in. When we talk about hard issues at University Church, my benediction is often, and I stole this from Rosie Johnson. Valerie, do you know Rosie Johnson? Rosie and Willie, super incredible couple in their work and in these dialogues. I say, do something. Go and do something. You can't do everything, but everybody can do something. Don't talk about it. Don't tweet it. Don't just put it up on Facebook, but do something concrete.
Yeah, amen. I'll just add that, within the Jewish tradition, we have yet to reach the time of Mashiach, the Messianic era. We are striving for that time, and the injustices of the world that exist right now for us are proof that we have not yet made it. In our mystical creation story, we're told that God tried to fill this world, that God tried to fill all of reality with God's infinite love and light, and that this vessel of reality couldn't contain it all, and so it shattered into infinite pieces. And that every one of us and every moment of time and every object is imbued with a little shard of that infinite love and light, and that our work in this world is what is known as tikkun olam, which is really the mending or the healing of those vessels. And that as we repair those breaks, we actually create a stronger vessel than it was originally, so that one day, God willing, that vessel can contain all of that infinite love and light. And so I just pray that we stay hydrated, we keep up the fight, we listen to those who are leading right now and who are centered. There you go, Najiba. That we do something every day, John, as you mentioned, and that we continue the work to repair that vessel so that we can hold all the infinite love and light that we know exists within each other, and we can celebrate the oneness of this world.
Yeah, these comments put me in mind of the biblical phrase, justice, justice you shall pursue, but it doesn't then say, and you're going to catch it tomorrow. Doesn't say when. It just says to pursue. Well, thank you all for this wonderful discussion. And I want to give credit where it's due. The organizational work and the structure for the discussion was done by Rachel Caron and Dr. Sherry Bennett of our Diversity Inclusion Office, not by me. But I was very happy they reached out to the philosophy department. It's been a pleasure to meet you all and moderate this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you all.
All right. Wow. Those faith leaders and scholars, They brought it. That was outstanding, thought-provoking, and a definite call to action for spiritual communities. Too often, the price exacted by society for security and respectability is that religious movements in their formal expression tend to be on the side of the strong against the weak. This is a matter of tremendous significance because we know to a large extent most world religions were born out of a people acquainted with persecution and suffering. So it behooves those who are members of faith communities to consider the ways in which their spiritual communities' core values are aligned with equality, justice, and liberation. And now we are preparing for our closing speaker. I want to thank each one of you for joining us for our day of reflection and solidarity in honor of Juneteenth. And with regard to Juneteenth, Ms. Joseph, discussing Juneteenth in a June 13th op-ed piece for CNN, indicated that a national holiday commemorating Juneteenth is a good idea. She says it would spur not only conversation about the origins of our current racial and political conflicts, but would also prompt vitally necessary education about white supremacy and its manifestations in policies and political actions that are anti-Black, anti-democratic, and anti-human. So I'll leave you with a thought and a quote before turning the last of our program over to Dr. Bourgeois. So what does it all mean for us here at Texas State to have home at Texas State, all of us? We are learning that home is in one another, showing up for one another, caring for one another, receiving one another's truths and authentic selves, not having to hide and live double lives. It's elevating and centering the voices of those who have not been centered. It is understanding that when the least lives matter, then the all lives matter refrain will one day be a hashtag worthy of considering, but we are not quite there yet. And still, I have hope because Generation Z and the millennials are working relentlessly to get us where we need to go. And our job is to work together with them to create something we have yet to realize. So here's my closing quote, and these are words of wisdom by one of my favorite Brazilian authors, Paulo Coelho, out of his book, Warrior of the Light, Emmanuel. A warrior of the light knows that certain moments repeat themselves. She often finds herself faced by the same problems and situations. And seeing these difficult situations return, she grows depressed, thinking that she is incapable of making any progress in life. I've been through all of this before, she says to her heart. Yes, you have been through all of this before, replies her heart, but you have never been beyond it. Then the warrior realizes that these repeated experiences have but one aim, to teach her what she does not want to learn. Our closing speaker for today is the Provost and VP of Academic Affairs, Dr. Jean Bourgeois, who will give us a call to action, and after which the program will be finalized with the powerful spoken word piece via Speed, and a note of thanks to all of our sponsors and program participants for your support. Also, we want to encourage you to check out the webinar on racial trauma being sponsored by the Counseling Center, one of our sponsors. This is the last you'll see of me for today. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Jean Bourgeois. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Ben, for the introduction, as well as for your untiring work on behalf of all of our Texas State students. It is my great honor to deliver the closing remarks for today's event, reflecting on the earlier words and voices that have shaped this conversation and what powerful voices they have been. Dr. Scott Bowman, Manica Brooks, and Dewana Goldstone spoke around two major themes. Regardless of personal or professional successes, most African Americans still hold the shared experiences of discrimination, microaggressions, and unequal treatment. And the dialogue on the history of racism and marginalization in the United States is essential for us to collectively move forward as a nation. We cannot address what we don't know. The voices we've heard today, well, actually, I'd like to stop there for a moment. That word, heard. In the past, we entered conversations with too many preconceived notions of what it meant to hear our students, our faculty, and our staff of color. We mistakenly thought we understood, when instead we should have been listening. We spoke out of turn, when we should have been considering each of those words with open hearts and open minds. We may have thought we were listening with open minds, but we've been doing it from the framework of white culture. By not fully listening, we have let down those who have called upon us to hear them and to act, including our Black students, faculty, and staff. That changes now. We now understand that we have not understood. We now acknowledge that we have not acknowledged. This university has missed many opportunities, and I too have missed many opportunities. We are aware that we have not been fully aware in troubled times. We can't fix this in one speech or in one day. We can't fix this alone, but we can commit ourselves to real positive action. We can make sure that there is a space for voices of color to speak and to be heard. We can take bold steps, we can take real steps, and we can listen with open minds and open hearts. As President Trout said in our opening address a few hours ago, at Texas State, we will choose action. In the spirit of solidarity, we will work together. Our students, faculty, and staff of color will not carry the burden of calling for equality and justice alone. Racism was instigated and propagated by white culture and institutions. It is not the responsibility of people of color to fix it. And although reflection is necessary for the healing process, it is not meant to be easy. Examining our own prejudice, bias, and privilege is key to awakening, to raising consciousness, and to doing things differently. As provost, I want everyone to know, everyone to hear me, that Texas State University is committed to doing better. As a white man, I know that my life experience has been very different from members of the Black community, including my privilege. I have seen and I have recognized racial injustice, but I have not been the victim of it. I have seen and I have recognized prejudice, bigotry, and hate, but it was typically not directed toward me. It's sometimes hard to comprehend what drives bigotry and hate, even when I've seen it up close, and I mean very close. I trust that many of you are familiar with an iconic moment from the 1960s, when Tommie Smith and John Carlos each raised a black gloved fist on the medal podium at the 1968 Summer Olympics in Mexico City. Two Black Americans who had just won a gold and a bronze medal respectively in the 200-meter race. And they were protesting against racism and for human rights. And I watched it on my grandparents' black and white television in the living room of their shotgun duplex in New Orleans. And my grandpa was angry, very angry, yelling racial slurs. Yes, that one, at winners. A gold medal winner and a bronze medal winner who, to me, won for America. I ran track and field back then as a 9-year-old kid for the Delta Playground squad in suburban New Orleans, occasionally against Black kids who ran for the team from Bunch Village. Sometimes they won, sometimes we won. The goal was to compete, to perform your best, and hopefully to win or medal. That's what Tommie Smith and John Carlos did to me. They won. I reacted to my grandpa and said that we won the gold medal. I think I may have said something else like, "What's wrong with that?" My father raised his hand to backhand me. He didn't hit me, but he did say that I was not to talk to my grandpa like that. As a kid, I could not understand that anger. I offer this story not to tell you about a white kid discovering prejudice and hate, but to provide a bookend that connects to Texas State. You see, in 2006, John Carlos spoke as part of that year's Common Experience theme on protest and dissent. In the LBJ Student Center, I got a chance, well, using privilege, I forced the chance to talk to John Carlos about that moment at the 1968 Olympics, from my childhood perspective and from his viewpoint atop the podium, fist raised. Meeting him in 2006, 38 years after that episode in my grandparents' living room in New Orleans, was very important and deeply meaningful to me. But that event was not intended for me. At Texas State, we present these events for our students. When these events allow extra opportunities for faculty, staff, and the San Marcos community, well, that's just a wonderful bonus. John Carlos spoke to students, to inspire Black students and other students of color, and to awaken others to the systemic forces of oppression in our communities, our nation, and our world. He was here to drive change, and he hasn't been alone. Maya Angelou, Spike Lee, Edward James Olmos, UN Ambassador Andrew Young, Soledad O'Brien, filmmaker Robert Rodriguez, Dr. Angela Davis, Anthony Graves, who spent 18 years in prison for a crime he did not commit, Brian Stevenson, attorney and author of Just Mercy, Jose Hernandez, Dr. Mona Hanna-Attisha, and last October, Common, who spoke to the largest crowd ever for an academic-themed event at Texas State, the LBJ Distinguished Lecture. Common spoke about truth. Common spoke truth. And we listened. Oh, how we did listen. When I stopped at that word heard a few minutes ago, I stopped because I want everyone to know that we understand being heard is critical. We are listening, we are learning, and we are educating ourselves. When Dr. Dwight Watson passionately spoke today of the historical context for what's going on today, we listened. When our students spoke today of white society's need to acknowledge uncomfortable truths, we learned. And quite frankly, to my ear, based on the words of every speaker who shared their personal stories or reflected on theirs and others' experiences, we must act. We're listening and we're learning. We're educating ourselves on the ways we can stand up for our students, our faculty, and our staff of color. As President Trout recently said, Black Lives Matter, and that's not debatable at Texas State. Going forward, we pledge that we're going to use our own voices, our privilege, our advantages, and our university to seize the opportunities ahead, to make change a reality, to advance diversity, to support equity, to facilitate excellence in inclusiveness, and to promote justice. Thank you.
Let America Be America Again by Langston Hughes. Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plain, seeking a home where he himself is free. America never was America to me. Let America be the dream the dreamers dreamed. Let it be the great, strong land of love where never kings connive, nor tyrants scheme, that any man be crushed by one above. It never was America to me. Oh, let my land be a land where liberty is crowned with no false patriotic wreath, but opportunity is real and life is free. Equality is in the air we breathe. There's never been equality for me, nor freedom in this homeland of the free. Say, who are you that mumbles in the dark? And who are you that draws your veil across the stars? I am the poor white, fooled and pushed apart. I am the Negro bearing slavery scars. I am the red man, driven from the land. I am the immigrant, clutching the hope I seek, and finding only the same old stupid plan of dog eat dog, of mighty crush the weak. I am the young man, full of strength and hope, tangled in an ancient endless chain of profit, power, gain, of grab the land, of grab the gold, of grab the ways of satisfying need, of work the men, of take the pay, of owning everything for one's own greed. I am the farmer, bondsman to the soil. I am the worker sold to the machine. I am the Negro, servant to you all. I am the people, humble, hungry, mean, hungry yet today despite the dream, beaten yet today, oh pioneers. I am the man who never got ahead, the poorest worker battered through the years. Yet, I am the one who dreamt our basic dream in the old world while still a serf of kings, who dreamt a dream so strong, so brave, so true, that even yet its mighty daring sings in every brick and stone, and every furrow turned that's made America the land it has become. Oh, I am the man who sailed those early seas in search of what I meant to be my own. For I'm the one who left dark Ireland's shore, and Poland's plain, and England's grassy lay, and torn from black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free. The free? Who said the free? Not me, surely not me. The millions on relief today, the millions shot down when we strike, the millions who have nothing for our pay, for all the dreams we've dreamed, and all the songs we've sung, and all the hopes we've held, and all the flags we've hung, the millions who have nothing for our pay, except the dream that's almost dead today. Oh, let America be America again, the land that never has been yet, and yet must be, the land where every man is free, the land that's mine, the poor man's, Indians, Negroes, me, who made America, whose sweat and blood, whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain must bring back our mighty dream again. Sure, call me any ugly name you choose. The steel of freedom does not stain. From those who live like leeches on the people's lives, we must take back our land again, America. Oh yes, I say it plain. America never was America to me. And yet, I swear this oath, America will be. Out of the wreck and ruin of our gangsters' death, the rape and rot of graft and stealth and lies, we, the people, must redeem the land, the mines, the plants, the rivers, the mountains, and the endless plain. All the stretch of these great green states, and make America again.